Quasi-god Jianfeng led Zhaofeng and company toward the center of Phoenix Forest. They could see a group of almost 20 from far away. At this moment, they were gathered together to discuss how to attack the central Phoenix nest. These 20 people had unique auras, and almost all of them had the strength of a rank 2 true god or stronger. Zhaofeng couldn't even tell the cultivation of some people present. 100 miles away from the group of 20 was a palace-sized phoenix nest. It was colorful and pretty, and it gave off a pleasant fragrance. This is the central phoenix nest. Zhaofeng's left eye instantly saw through it. Different colored lights could be seen within the phoenix nest. They gave off pleasant smells, and further within it were countless phoenix-tailed birds. One could determine the strength of the phoenix-tailed birds based on the color and length of their tails. What a terrifying number! Zhaofeng was stunned. If he was alone, he wouldn't be able to conquer this place even with his entire beast horde. Zhaofeng wouldn't even dare to try attacking them. Quasi-god Jianfeng has come back. Those people are from the golden-armed race. Yu Hen was a strong quasi-god prodigy from the golden-armed race, and the experts of the other forces present had heard of him. Zhaofeng looked at their reactions. Everyone seemed to respect quasi-god Jianfeng. From the looks of it, his status in the Sky Haze race wasn't low. How come there's a peak mystic light realm here? A quasi-god prodigy with silver skin revealed a disdainful expression. Everyone else's gazes also landed on Zhaofeng with surprise. Only quasi-gods and true gods had entered the wild ancient secret dimension. This was their first time seeing a mystic light realm expert in here. Even in the past, they had never heard of a mystic light realm entering the wild ancient secret dimension. This is Brother Yu Hen from the golden-armed race, and this is Brother Zhao. They're here to help us attack the central phoenix nest. Quasi-god Jianfeng smiled and introduced the golden-armed races group. Everyone paused for a moment. When quasi-god Jianfeng introduced the 5, he put importance on Yu Hen and Zhaofeng. This surprised them and made them curious as to which race Zhaofeng came from and why he could be compared to Yu Hen. With the addition of the golden-armed race, our confidence is higher, but I have never heard of Brother Zhao, who is at the peak mystic light realm. The silver-skinned quasi-god looked coldly at Zhaofeng and emphasized the words, peak mystic light realm. Many of the other experts present didn't say anything. They were curious about this as well. Ha ha ha. I haven't heard of him before either, but don't underestimate him. Quasi-god Jianfeng laughed and said no more. Don't underestimate him? Could it be that this person at the peak mystic light realm was actually strong? Seeing that quasi-god Jianfeng was extremely friendly toward Zhaofeng, the experts in the group that looked down on Zhaofeng didn't say anything else. The golden-armed race, Zhaofeng, and the azure-robed elder approached this group and participated in the discussion on attacking the central phoenix nest. There are 2 other big forces in north and south respectively. We need to enter the central phoenix nest before them. A true god in multicolored clothes said decisively. So that's how it is. Zhaofeng nodded his head. The 20 or so people here were definitely not a match for the phoenix-tailed birds in the central phoenix nest. There was a possibility of all of them being wiped out. However, if there were 3 of these groups, it would mean there were close to 70 true god experts, which would put their strength on the same level as the phoenix-tailed bird race. Although these 3 groups each had their own plans in mind and couldn't truly team up together, they had come to an agreement that they would attack at the same time. Only then would any of them be able to contain all the phoenix-tailed birds in the phoenix nest. Zhaofeng learned that the Sky-Water Yao race was one of the other forces, and the strongest one at that. The phoenix-tailed birds specialize in fire, so anyone whose cultivation is lower than a rank 3 true god and who specializes in fire go to the back. Those that cultivate the Tao of Ice or the Tao of Water will be the main attackers. A Sky Haze race elder wearing cloth clothes said. When this elder spoke, everyone else in the group listened silently. Zhaofeng knew that this true god from the Sky Haze race was probably the strongest person in this group. Fire at the back while water types are the main attackers? Zhaofeng started hesitating. Since the phoenix-tailed bird race used fire, if a fire user's cultivation was too low, their fire might just be absorbed by the phoenix-tailed birds. Therefore, people with lower cultivations that cultivated the Tao of Fire were placed at the back. Although this meant they would be safer, it also meant that they would obtain the least amount of benefits. Those that cultivated the Tao of ice or the Tao of water were the main offensive force. They were at the very front and faced the greatest danger, but at the same time, their rewards would be the highest as well. Zhao Feng specialized in the Tao of fire as well as the Tao of ice and the Tao of water, so he was thinking about whether he should go to the front or the back. Okay, everyone should know their positions. The elder wearing cloth clothes had a serious expression, and the members nodded their heads. They knew what they needed to do. Brother Zhao, your cultivation is low. Stay in the back or else you'll lose your life. The silver-skinned quasi-god smiled and spoke to Zhao Feng, but his smile was cold and deadly. Everyone knew that this person was purposely trying to incense Zhao Feng to bait him into becoming an attacker, but this wasn't possible. Even if Zhao Feng specialized in ice or water, his cultivation was too weak, so he would be unable to bear the task of being an attacker anyway. Apart from the silver-skinned quasi-god, several other experts looked at Zhao Feng with disdain. Zhao Feng glanced at the silver-skinned person and didn't say anything. He was already thinking about that exact issue. Seeing that Zhao Feng didn't say anything, the quasi-god that taunted Zhao Feng said no more. After all, Zhao Feng was related to quasi-god Jian Feng and the Golden Armed race, and right now the key point was attacking the phoenix nest. Attack! The elder in cloth clothes spoke at this moment. He had obviously received a message from the other experts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost 20 true gods charged out. Zhao Feng was at the very back of this group. Humph, trash! The silver-skinned quasi-god couldn't help but mock when he saw Zhao Feng at the very back of the group. The Sky-Water Yao race is the strongest force present, so I obviously can't be at the very front. This was why Zhao Feng didn't choose to be a main attacker. Ho Qing's status in the Sky-Water Yao race was probably very high. If Ho Qing saw Zhao Feng, he definitely wouldn't let go of him. There were also many experts of the Sky-Water Yao race present, and Zhao Feng couldn't do anything to Ho Qing. Zhao Feng gave a deep glance toward the golden-armed race trio at the very front. The multicolored phoenix nest in sight became bigger and bigger. Ja! Ja! Many phoenix-tailed birds instantly flew out from the phoenix nest. The color of each phoenix tail was different, but they were all extremely pretty. Kill! The elder in cloth clothes was at the very front of the Sky Haze Races group. He waved his arm and released the terrifying pressure of a true god. Whoosh! 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 Countless faint blue wind blades surrounded the elder. The wind blades were controlled by the elder, and they could change into any form he wanted. Rank 4 True God. Zhao Feng's expression changed. The aura that this elder radiated was definitely the aura of a rank 4 True God. According to what Zhao Feng knew, almost every force in the Gulong Zone had a rank 4 True God. Even rank 5 True Gods had entered the wild ancient secret dimension. However, it was extremely hard to meet a rank 4 True God or stronger in the wild ancient secret dimension since it was so big. This cloth-clad elder was the first rank 4 True God Zhao Feng had met in the ancient dream realm. Ja! Ja! Many phoenix-tailed birds suddenly appeared behind the Sky Haze Races group. These phoenix-tailed birds lived in the outer phoenix nests, and when the central phoenix nest was attacked, they would come forward to help. At the same time, the strength and bloodlines of these phoenix-tailed birds were weaker than the central phoenix nest. Stop them! Don't let them disturb the main attackers of the group! A rank 2 True God roared out loud before a terrifying green flame surged around his body. Do something! Although your cultivation is low, since you're participating, don't think about slacking off. A quasi-god prodigy of the Sky Haze race roared to Zhao Feng. Wang. Zhao Feng circulated the lightning fire obliteration and thrust out a palm of fire that flickered with lightning. Boom! Bam! Bam! 3 weak phoenix-tailed birds were pushed back several dozen yards by Zhao Feng and were damaged by the power of God Tribulation lightning. The Sky Haze race prodigy's eyes bulged out when he saw Zhao Feng's palm was so terrifying, and he said no more. Although Zhao Feng cultivated the Tao of fire, his fire of wind lightning also contained the power of God Tribulation lightning. The phoenix-tailed bird was unable to absorb his power of fire. The back is indeed the safest, but it will be difficult to obtain the good stuff from here. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered toward the front. The water and ice cultivators were clashing against the phoenix-tailed birds at the front, and they were approaching the central phoenix nest. At the same time, the sound of battle also sounded from the other two directions. The three groups attacking at the same time diverted the phoenix-tailed birds' attention. Now, all three forces had the opportunity to enter the central phoenix nest. It all depended on their luck. Who dares to enter the central phoenix nest of the phoenix-tailed bird race? Right at this moment, a seven-colored flame charged toward the group from the sky haze race. Boom! Countless lines of fire sliced toward the group of people like scythes of death. Arg! Two true gods were cut in half by one line of fire. The fire then burned their injuries and their souls as well. In just a short moment, two true gods had fallen. A rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird. The group members' hearts shook as their footsteps halted. Don't retreat! Right at this moment, the rank 4 true god from the Sky Haze race took two experts that cultivated the Tao of Ice with him and charged out to stall the rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird. Whoosh! Whoosh! Pong! Countless lines of fire clashed with blue wind blades, and some spectators had blurry eyes from watching. The central phoenix nest only has a few phoenix-tailed birds right now. Zhao Feng's eyes saw through everything as he looked at the phoenix nest. At this moment, almost all of the phoenix-tailed birds had been attracted away by the three groups, including the rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird. Waterline's sacred spirit flower, earth spirit fruit, grand mystic blood-clotting Ji. Zhao Feng looked at the treasures that filled up the phoenix nest. The rare Waterline's sacred spirit flower was one of the least valuable treasures here. Furthermore, the grade of this Waterline's sacred spirit flower was much better than the one Zhao Feng obtained earlier. Maybe I can steal these treasures. Zhao Feng's eyes spun as his heart rate started to speed up. There were many quasi-gods and true gods here. Some were even rank 4 true gods, and there was a rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird in the chaotic battle as well. Stealing the treasures from the central phoenix nest would be an extremely dangerous task. The battle is very intense. It'll be impossible for them to find out. Zhao Feng decided to gamble, but he started from the least valuable treasures. Spatial movement. A ripple of stealthy eye bloodline power appeared around a certain treasure. At the center of the ripple was a whirlpool. Whoosh! The golden blue flower disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, a weird golden blue flower appeared in the dimension of Zhao Feng's left eye. The guardian phoenix-tailed birds didn't realize anything. The Sky Haze race didn't have any experts that specialized in spatial laws, and even if they sensed the disturbance in space, they wouldn't think that it was Zhao Feng secretly stealing the treasures. Success! Zhao Feng was very excited. He felt a sense of accomplishment after stealing a treasure under the noses of several hundred quasi-god and true god experts. However, in comparison to the single treasure that Zhao Feng just took, the phoenix nest still had countless more. Dazzling lights of every color covered the three battlefields. The three groups pushed forward at the same time and fought with the phoenix-tailed birds. With the temptation of great wealth right in front of them, everyone's potential was ignited. In particular, there was a large number of quasi-gods in the groups. They were very talented, so the increase in their strength was the most obvious. Attack! The phoenix nest is right in front of us. I can see golden essence fruits, sky lotus dark green grass. The main attacker's divine senses slowly entered the phoenix nest and saw many cultivation resources that made them go crazy. Zhao Feng was at the very back of the group. He had no problem dealing with the weaker phoenix-tailed birds. In comparison to those at the front, there was no danger at all for those at the back of the group, but those at the back obviously obtained a lot less. However, everything had an exception. Before everyone even managed to enter the phoenix nest, Zhao Feng was already starting to collect precious resources from the phoenix nest. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on another herb. Golden serpent scaled fruit. You're next. This time, Zhao Feng targeted a more precious resource. A ripple of eye bloodline power surfaced around the golden serpent scaled fruit. At the center of the ripple was a whirlpool. Shwa! In the next moment, the golden serpent scaled fruit disappeared into thin air. Great! Zhao Feng was very excited as he searched for the next target. There were countless precious resources in the phoenix nest, and they were like dazzling stars that made Zhao Feng's eyes go blurry. At this moment, the phoenix-tailed birds were fighting against the three groups. No one on either side would have thought that the resources in the phoenix nest were decreasing bit by bit. Every time Zhao Feng took a resource, he would change spots. The three forces around the phoenix nest kept pushing forward to the phoenix nest. Go! The three forces have almost reached the phoenix nest. An elder roared in the darkness of the forest. Whoosh! 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 8 figures charged out toward the phoenix nest. They were from the blue-scaled race. At the same time, several other figures flew out from around the phoenix forest. Almost all of these people came from 4.5-star forces. They had been hiding in secret this whole time, waiting for the right moment. From the looks of it, the three groups will be able to enter the phoenix nest soon. Zhao Feng thought. If the three forces kept approaching the phoenix nest like this, the phoenix-tailed birds would be pushed back into the phoenix nest. At that point, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to steal any more resources. I should take some more before the three forces manage to completely enter. Zhao Feng started to become bolder, and a ripple of bloodline power covered 2 resources in the phoenix nest. Shua! Zhao Feng took away these 2 resources. Continue. Zhao Feng kept inspecting the phoenix nest while fighting, locking onto resources that he needed. Every time he stole 2 or 3 resources in the phoenix nest would disappear. Who stole my ancient spirit branch? A fighting rank 3 true god phoenix-tailed bird was enraged and released its divine sense to scan its surroundings. Wang. The flames around this phoenix-tailed bird instantly rose as it became enraged, and it released countless multicolored fire nets. That phoenix-tailed bird left a divine sense mark on the ancient spirit branch. Zhao Feng wiped away his cold sweat. Luckily, the phoenix-tailed bird was unable to sense the ancient spirit branch within the God-Eyes dimension. However, after this phoenix-tailed bird's interruption, it made the other phoenix-tailed bird realize that the resources in the phoenix nest had decreased. These phoenix-tailed bird lived in the phoenix nest night and day, so they could tell what the situation was with just a glance. Shameless! Who dares to steal our treasures? The phoenix-tailed birds instantly became enraged and unleashed fiercer attacks against the 3 forces. Whoosh! 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 Countless multicolored fire nets filled the sky and sped throughout the phoenix forest. If one wasn't careful, they would be cut into pieces. Why did these phoenix-tailed birds suddenly become crazy? Quickly suppress them. They're burning their bloodline power and won't be able to last very long. The Sky Haze race elder in cloth clothes roared. The elder in cloth clothes was very well known in the group, and he was the pillar of support. As long as he didn't fall, the battle intent of the entire group would not drop. Zhao Feng inspected his surroundings. Now that the phoenix-tailed birds were on guard, he couldn't take the resources as he wished anymore. I've already obtained enough resources. I'll do it once more. Then stop. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart as he made a decision. The resources that Zhao Feng had already taken were all from the outer edges of the phoenix nest. They were already extremely rare for Zhao Feng, but the center of the phoenix nest definitely had even rarer treasures. Zhao Feng targeted the center of the phoenix nest, and this would be the last time. Zhao Feng's left, I looked toward the very center of the phoenix nest. In the very center of the phoenix nest was a unique dimension. It was like a rainbow-colored bird nest. Rainbow-colored mist filled the air, and all the treasures gave off unique auras. Purple Night Mystic Dragon Branch, 6-twist Yuan-forming flower. Zhao Feng's heart rate sped up. Any one of the resources here could move Zhao Feng's heart. The tail feather of a phoenix-tailed bird. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on a few abnormally beautiful tail feathers. Although they were just feathers, a faint fire still burned across them. Zhao Feng had heard the golden-armed race talk about how precious the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed birds were. When the strong phoenix-tailed birds left the phoenix nest they lived in, they would leave a feather behind, and whenever a powerful phoenix-tailed bird died, they would leave a feather to the race. These tail feathers must be important treasures for them to be placed in the very center of the phoenix nest. Zhao Feng's heart rate sped up. There were other resources in this dimension, but Zhao Feng was definitely curious about the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird. This dimension has the ability to stop spatial theft, so I can't use spatial movement here. This place is similar to the wine cabinet in the cellar of the demigod Forgotten Garden. Zhao Feng didn't make any rash movements because, if he failed, the phoenix-tailed birds might sense him right away. Looks like I need the little thieving cat to help now. Zhao Feng smiled helplessly. Meow meow. A silver-gray little cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder. Its black eyes sparkled with a mischievous light as it inspected the phoenix nest in the distance. This was the first time Zhao Feng had let the little thieving cat into the ancient dream realm, but the little thieving cat wasn't very curious and didn't say anything. The little thieving cat's appearance didn't catch much attention either. After all, from the perspective of others, this was just a normal weak pet. After communicating with the little thieving cat for a moment, Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto the separate dimension in the center of the phoenix nest once more. Whoosh! A ripple of eye bloodline power spread, and the little thieving cat appeared in the central phoenix nest. However, the moment the little thieving cat entered the separate dimension, the expressions of a few phoenix-tailed birds fighting outside changed dramatically. Ja! Ja! These phoenix-tailed birds were the strongest. At this moment, they were enraged, and they glared at the humans in front of them with blood-red eyes. Shameless! How dare you try to steal the treasures in our phoenix nest? Almost all of the phoenix-tailed birds roared in anger. They wanted to return to the phoenix nest, but they were worried that, if they left, the humans would be able to charge straight into the phoenix nest. Little Ling, you go? A rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird said. And a rank 4 true god phoenix-tailed bird immediately turned into a purple-blue flame and rushed back to the phoenix nest. The three groups attacking at full power felt confused when they saw these weird actions from the phoenix-tailed birds. This is the second time the phoenix-tailed birds have become enraged. What happened? Many of the people had this question in their hearts. Whoosh! The phoenix-tailed bird sped back into the phoenix nest. A cat could be seen opening its mouth and swallowing several of the most precious treasures in the phoenix nest. You thieving cat! Get back here! The phoenix-tailed bird roared as flames surged around it. Countless lines of fire curled toward the little thieving cat, but a ripple of eye bloodline power suddenly covered the little thieving cat. Shwa! The little thieving cat's figure disappeared into thin air. Not good. The ancestors' tail feathers have been stolen. The phoenix-tailed bird's expression was instantly filled with fear and panic as it messaged the powerful phoenix-tailed birds. News of the ancestors' tail feathers being stolen instantly spread through the phoenix-tailed bird race. Boom! Hoo! Almost 100 phoenix-tailed birds near the phoenix nest burned their bloodline power, and a surge of their terrifying 10,000 ancient races' bloodline pressure spread out. Kill! Kill all these humans! The anger of these phoenix-tailed birds couldn't be contained, and they roared in a frenzy. After the tail feathers of their ancestor were stolen from the phoenix nest, the phoenix-tailed birds were completely enraged and attacked without any care. Boom! Boom! The bloodlines of the groups attacking the phoenix-tailed bird race weren't stronger. Some of the 4.5-star races were only ranked in the 2000s. The three groups started to become suppressed due to the difference in bloodlines. The tail feathers in the phoenix nest have been stolen, so all the phoenix-tailed birds have become angry. Impossible. We haven't even gotten close to the phoenix nest yet. The three groups were all extremely frustrated. They had fought for a long time, but such a situation happened when they were about to reach the phoenix nest. This meant that all their efforts had gone to trash. However, saving their own lives was the most important issue right now. The phoenix-tailed birds guarding the phoenix nest didn't care about their own lives anymore, and were using their lives to take down the enemy. Boom! Whoosh! Whoosh! Terrifying lines of fire sped toward everyone. There was no gap anywhere. Retreat! The Sky Haze race elder in cloth sighed and gave the order. HM? This aura of fire. The rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird fighting against the elder in cloth clothes felt a familiar sense of fire. It looked around and instantly locked onto Zhao Feng. Not good. The moment the rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird saw Zhao Feng, his hair stood on end. His bones turned cold, and cold sweat started to pour out of his forehead. Whoosh! Zhao Feng quickly retreated. He was the person who escaped the fastest in the entire group. Coward. Trash. He retreats pretty fast. Many people from the Sky Haze race spoke in disdain when they saw Zhao Feng's panicking expression, but Zhao Feng could not care any less. At this moment, saving his own life was the most important thing. The others hadn't obtained anything at all, but what he obtained was enough to make the eyes of rank 5 true gods go red. As expected of the phoenix-tailed birds, their control over fire has reached such a high level. Zhao Feng was stunned. Zhao Feng had teleported the little thieving cat out the moment it took the tail feather. It had only stayed on his shoulder for an instant, but a faint bloodline aura of fire had touched his body. Zha! Zha! The cry of this phoenix-tailed bird was crisp and bright. The gazes of all the phoenix-tailed birds in the phoenix nest instantly locked onto the Sky Haze Races group. Kill them all and take back the tail feathers of the ancestor. This rank 5 true god phoenix-tailed bird had a serious expression. Boom! Large numbers of phoenix-tailed birds changed targets and headed toward the Sky Haze race. At this moment, all the members of the Sky Haze Races group had pale white faces. There were at least 50 phoenix-tailed birds gathered in front of them. Such a terrifying number was enough to kill all of them. There was only one thought in the minds of everyone in the Sky Haze Races group when they saw more than 50 phoenix-tailed birds attacking them: run. Phuck! Why are the phoenix-tailed birds only targeting us? Who cares? Just try to save yourself. The Sky Haze Races group members used their fastest speeds to run away, but since the phoenix-tailed birds specialized in speed and were familiar with the landscape, they were faster than most people. Whoosh! Wang! Zhao Feng was at the very front of the retreat. Although his cultivation was low, his speed wasn't slow. Furthermore, he wasn't even retreating at full speed right now in case others became suspicious. The azure-robed elder was a rank 3 true god who specialized in the Tao of Lightning, so he could retreat without problem as well. Arg! Help me! Everyone heard a cry from behind, but the cry soon disappeared. Many experts' hearts turned cold when they felt the danger of death behind them, and they used some hidden cards. Whoosh! The speed of several quasi-god experts increased dramatically. It was obvious that they used some sort of escaping technique. A small number of people also crushed some kind of pearl, releasing a profound intent that covered them. They could control this intent with their thoughts, increasing their speed to the level of a rank for true god. Although Zhao Feng was at the very front when retreating, some people soon caught up to Zhao Feng. For example, the elder in cloth clothes and another expert from the Sky Haze race that specialized in wind caught up. Brother Zhao, you're so smart. You didn't become one of the main attackers, so it was easier for you to run away. Yu Hen slowly caught up to Zhao Feng. Alongside him were the other 2 from the golden-armed race. The tall male relied on his own speed while the female in pink was using some sort of hidden technique to increase her speed. I was just lucky. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. This time, no one had obtained anything after attacking the phoenix nest except for Zhao Feng, who had obtained a bunch of stuff even though he was one of the weaker ones at the very back. He even obtained the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird's ancestor. Zhao Feng felt slightly embarrassed. Quasi-god Jian Feng had let him join their group, but Zhao Feng tricked all of them and ruined it for everyone else. Bastard! We didn't even get anything! An angry roar sounded from behind. It was the male with silver skin. He was a cultivator of the Tao of Ice, so he was one of the main attackers that assaulted the phoenix nest. This meant that he almost died when the phoenix-tailed birds counterattacked. At this moment, the intents of water and wind could be felt beneath his feet. It was this power that allowed his speed to surpass rank 3 true gods for a short amount of time and escape death. A piece of trash like you is still alive? The silver-skinned male felt extremely indignant when he saw that Zhao Feng was perfectly fine. Before attacking the phoenix nest, he had mocked Zhao Feng for being a useless coward, but it was because Zhao Feng was at the back that he was fine. On the other hand, the silver-skinned male was one of the main attackers and almost lost his life because of it. He only managed to survive because he had used one of his hidden cards. Trash! I'll give you to the phoenix-tailed birds and buy us some time. The silver-skinned male revealed a deadly expression as he thrust out his palm toward Zhao Feng. Crack! Wang! An icy power instantly washed over toward Zhao Feng. A layer of frost appeared on the nearby plants. This male was very strong. His strength was close to Yu Hen's. If Zhao Feng was hit by this palm, his speed would be heavily reduced, and the phoenix-tailed birds would catch up. Only Zhao Feng knew that the reason why the phoenix-tailed birds were so angry was because of himself. If Zhao Feng was left behind, he would die without a doubt. Lightning Radiance Spatial Flash. The pair of golden wings behind Zhao Feng's back turned into lightning. Boom! A ball of lightning exploded as Zhao Feng's figure flashed forward. The silver-skinned male's attack missed. That peak mystic light realm has such a technique? What a profound spatial technique! Many of the experts that were escaping looked at Zhao Feng in a new light. He actually managed to avoid it? The silver-skinned male was surprised. A peak mystic light realm actually managed to evade his attack. I'll also give you a present. Zhao Feng turned around and inspected the silver-skinned male with cold eyes. Luckily, Zhao Feng had managed to comprehend this new flying secret technique, the lightning radiant spatial flash, or else he would have needed to use a hidden card. He had never even met this silver-skinned male before, but the latter kept on making trouble for him. Originally, Zhao Feng didn't really mind, but now that the silver-skinned male wanted to kill him, there was no need for Zhao Feng to be respectful to him anymore. Physical Force Lightning Domain. Zhao Feng waved his palm, and a transparent dark yellow domain covered the silver-skinned male. Whoosh! When this domain of lightning and gravity covered the silver-skinned male, a surge of lightning crushed down. The lightning stunned and disrupted him while the gravity domain slowed him down. How is this possible? Your power. The silver-skinned male was shocked. He had used a hidden card to become faster, but he was now being suppressed. The power of Zhao Feng's domain was not simple. However, although his boosted speed was being suppressed, he himself wasn't slow, so the phoenix-tailed birds hadn't caught up yet. From Earth comes metal. Metal lightning spike. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and the laws of Earth covering the silver-skinned male transformed into the laws of metal. Boom! One terrifying golden light pierced through the silver-skinned male's body. How is this possible? The silver-skinned male didn't expect that a measly peak mystic light realm had such a technique that he could turn a gravity domain into such a terrifying attack. Caught off guard, the silver-skinned male was heavily injured by Zhao Feng's metal of wind lightning. However, this metal of wind lightning soon turned into water of wind lightning, which rampaged through the silver-skinned male's body and caused destruction. Arg! Don't! The silver-skinned male's speed decreased dramatically. Whoosh! 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 Several colored lines of fire sliced through his body, and he slowly disappeared within the flames. What a deadly technique! He can easily change the 5 elements. Even a true god probably couldn't do that unless they had the eye of myriad forms. The hearts of the experts running alongside Zhao Feng shook as they viewed this peak mystic light realm youth in a new light yet again. Almost all experts would try to comprehend the 5 elements before breaking through to the heavenly divine realm in order to strengthen their sacred power whirlpool. However, most could only comprehend a bit since they didn't have enough time to master each element to a very high level. Therefore, only a few true gods could shift between the 5 elements, but they couldn't do so as quickly and skillfully as Zhao Feng. I didn't think that I would be able to shift between the 5 elements so easily. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. Zhao Wan had played a part in this. One of Zhao Feng's clones had the eyes of myriad forms. The cultivation experience and knowledge gained from Zhao Wan kept entering his mind. Regardless of what Zhao Feng himself did, he would know a little bit about myriad forms as well. Zhao Feng found that, ever since he gained the second clone Zhao Wan, his cultivation speed of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique had increased. Stop chasing. The other 2 forces are attacking the phoenix nest. A phoenix-tailed bird with a powerful aura suddenly said. Understood. All of the phoenix-tailed birds immediately returned. While the tail feathers of their ancestor were important, they couldn't let the entire phoenix nest be conquered by the enemy because of this matter. Little Ling, turn into human form. follow this person in secret, and take back the tail feathers of our ancestor. There should be no problem with your rank 4 true god strength, right? The chief phoenix-tailed bird talked to another phoenix-tailed bird. The tail feathers of this phoenix-tailed bird burned with a purple-blue flame, and the aura radiating from it was extremely strong. Whoosh! A beam of fire entered its mind and showed the appearance of Xiaofeng. Understood. This phoenix-tailed bird immediately used a secret technique and turned into human form amidst a purple-blue flame. She wore a long purple-blue dress and had a snow-white figure. There were no flaws in her appearance, and her eyes sparkled with a purple-blue light that could move one's soul. The phoenix-tailed bird race was one of the 4 most beautiful races, and their appearance in human form was just as stunning. Little Ling was the one who personally saw the little thieving cat devour the tail feathers of their ancestor. This person should be that cat's master. Little Ling looked at the image of Xiaofeng in her mind, and cold killing intent surged from her eyes. Although she was extremely disdainful and hateful of the fact that she had to turn into human form, there was nothing Little Ling could do about it since she was doing it to take back the tail feathers of their ancestor. She could only turn into human form and find a chance to kill this person. The Sky Haze race group stopped at the outer edge of Phoenix Forest. At this moment, there were only 16 people left. Almost 10 experts with the strength of a true god had been killed. The state of those that remained wasn't very good either. Injuries of different degrees covered their bodies. They've gone back. Fuck, we attracted a bunch of phoenix-tailed birds out. The other 2 forces definitely used this chance to push forward and might have obtained some treasures already, a person said unwillingly. The elder in cloth clothes was also silent. The Sky Haze race specialized in wind, so their casualties were lower. However, the phoenix-tailed birds seemed to purposely target them, so he didn't dare to attack the phoenix nest anymore. Let's rest here for a while, the elder in cloth clothes said. The Sky Haze race will go to some other places now. If you want, you can follow us. The elder in cloth clothes looked around and paused when he saw the golden-armed race and Xiaofeng. If one followed a rank for true god through the wild ancient secret dimension, they would be able to obtain more fortune without a doubt. But the places that rank for true gods wanted to scout out weren't something that normal quasi-gods and true gods could risk. For example, the phoenix nest contained a phoenix-tailed bird that had reached the level of a rank 5 true god. I'm sorry, brother Yu and brother Zhao, for dragging you here and getting nothing in the end. Quasi-god Jian Feng smiled faintly and walked over to Zhao Feng. No. This one is satisfied already just witnessing the strength of a rank 4 true god and the legendary phoenix nest. Zhao Feng smiled awkwardly and felt kind of bad. He had actually obtained a lot. The remaining people then started to recover their yuan qi and heal their injuries. The wild ancient secret dimension was filled with danger, so it was best not to do anything if they weren't at their peak state. Part of Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the dimension of his god eye to inspect what he had obtained, while another part of his consciousness cultivated the 5-elemental wind-lightning technique. The next level of the 5-elemental wind-lightning technique was for the 5 elements to become one. It needed resources and comprehension, but now that Zhao Feng could shift between the 5 elements as he wished and had Zhao Wan's help, it wasn't hard to combine the 5 elements. A powerful aura suddenly appeared in front of the Sky Haze races group, and everyone instantly opened their eyes as they looked over. What is the meaning of this? The cloth-clad elder stood up and radiated an invisible pressure. Humph! Sky Haze race, hand over what you obtained in the phoenix nest. An elder covered in black scales roared. On the other side was the Sky Water Yao races group. Although the Sky Haze race had attracted away most of the phoenix-tailed birds and allowed them to successfully enter the phoenix nest, the phoenix-tailed birds returned and almost killed them all. Although the 2 groups had obtained a lot of wealth, their losses were very heavy, and they only had 28 people remaining. They thought that the Sky Haze race had definitely obtained an important treasure from the phoenix nest. Why else would the phoenix-tailed bird race become so enraged and attack the Sky Haze race specifically? The 2 groups decided to team up and pressure the Sky Haze race group. At this moment, within the Sky Water Yao races group, Ho Qing's eyes suddenly shook as his gaze landed on a youth with golden hair and a golden eye. It's you. Ho Qing revealed a deadly smile. What is it, Ho Qing? On the side, A rank 4 true god from the Sky-Water Yao race asked. Although Ho Qing was arrogant and cocky, he was strong and had a powerful background, so he had a high status in the Sky-Water Yao race. At this moment, Ho Qing started to roar with laughter. One could feel killing intent from this laughter. The person that offended me earlier is here, Ho Qing said in a low voice. Some of the Sky-Water Yao race members knew that someone had offended Ho Qing, but he didn't say how he was offended. Who offended Ho Qing? It should be the golden-armed race or quasi-god Jianfeng. The Sky-Water Yao race and the experts of the other group were extremely curious. You, come out. Ho Qing looked down at Zhao Feng and pointed out with his finger. Back then, Zhao Feng had killed the other Sky-Water Yao race members and almost killed him as well. After escaping, Ho Qing contacted the Sky-Water Yao race instantly and prepared to find Zhao Feng after the finishing with the Phoenix Nest. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to be in Phoenix Forest as well. This saved him a lot of time and effort. Today, he was going to cut Zhao Feng into 10,000 pieces. After being pointed at by Ho Qing, everyone from all three groups instantly turned toward Zhao Feng. They didn't think that the person that offended Ho Qing was a peak mystic light realm. Young Sir Ho Qing, there's no need to keep harping on what happened. Is there? Back then, I didn't know that you were from the Sky-Water Yao race, or else I definitely wouldn't have chased after you and tried to kill you. Zhao Feng pretended that he was slightly scared. What? This person once chased after and tried to kill Ho Qing? How is that possible? Many of the people from the three groups were very surprised. Aside from the boldness of it, how could Zhao Feng chase after and try to kill Ho Qing even if he wanted to, given his strength? Ho Qing, who felt superior at the moment, was also completely dazed. He thought that Zhao Feng would kneel down and beg for forgiveness in this life-and-death situation. But instead, he told everyone about what happened and stomped on his face. You're courting death. Ho Qing's eyes became cold as he charged at Zhao Feng. There were many people from the Sky-Water Yao race present, and there was another group here as well, so the Sky Haze race wouldn't dare to fight for Zhao Feng. If the azure-robed elder next to Zhao Feng took action, then the true gods of the Sky-Water Yao race would stop him. This time, Ho Qing was going to kill Zhao Feng in front of everyone and regain the face that he had lost. Ho Qing, Brother Zhao is my friend. At this moment, Yu Hen spoke with a soft voice. Humph! The rank 4 true god from the Sky-Water Yao race harumphed coldly, and a terrifying pressure crushed toward the golden-armed race trio. They felt like they were amidst raging waves and could be devoured at any moment. With the rank 4 true god of the Sky-Water Yao race as the leader, the three groups came to an agreement that they would sort everything out after Ho Qing killed Zhao Feng. Of course, the group from the Sky Haze race was forced into this. A pair of golden wings formed behind Zhao Feng as he shot into the sky. The current situation wasn't very good. There were a lot of super experts of the Sky-Water Yao race present, so Zhao Feng couldn't use many of his hidden cards, or else the experts present would steal his treasures. He also wouldn't receive any help from anyone. Do you only know how to run? Ho Qing revealed a bloodthirsty smile as he circulated the laws of water and wind and quickly approached Zhao Feng. Water slaughtering screen. Ho Qing waved his hand, and the wind above Zhao Feng moved. Profound laws of water and wind formed into a giant whirlpool that sucked in everything. Zhao Feng felt his body moving toward this whirlpool, and his usage of laws was also restricted. Whoosh! Ho Qing waved his left hand, and a giant blade of water and wind slashed at Zhao Feng. His power touched the sky, and it was unstoppable. Ho Qing is indeed worthy of being a son of heaven of the Sky-Water Yao race. His mastery over the laws of wind and water have reached a very high level. He will probably be able to reach level 1 intent soon. The black-scaled elder looked at Ho Qing with eyes like venomous scorpions. Level 1 intent of wind and water. The hearts of many experts present shook. Apart from the fact that true gods had divine power, there was also their power of intent. Divine weapons didn't contain any element, but if merged with the intent of fire, they could obtain more destructive power than if they were merged with the intent of wood. When merged with the intent of space, divine power could even merge with space. Divine power could become stronger and stronger as long as it was refined, but intent required talent and comprehension. Most true gods usually only had strong divine power but low comprehension, meaning that their overall strength was weak. For example, the divine power of the azure-robed elder that Xiaofeng had enslaved contained the intent of lightning, but his intent of lightning was only level 1. If his intent of lightning had reached level 3, he would probably be able to fight rank for true gods. Level 1 intent of wind and water? Xiaofeng paused for a moment. This was the first time he had heard of levels regarding intent, but after inspecting closely, Ho Qing's intent of water and wind was indeed very powerful, or else Xiaofeng would have been able to kill him last time. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Xiaofeng circulated the lightning fire obliteration and thrust out a blazing golden palm. Boom! The two powers exploded after interacting for a moment, and a surge of water and wind charged toward Xiaofeng. This strong intent of wind and water is very powerful when merged with divine power. Xiaofeng's heart shook. The power of his lightning fire obliteration was only comparable to basic divine power to begin with. Compared to that, after merging the intent of wind and water into his divine power, Ho Qing's divine power was much stronger. Ho Qing is so talented. I wonder how strong the strongest prodigy of the Sky-Water Yao race is. Looks like the Sky-Water Yao race is going to have another title on the Gulong Zone Quasi-God Prodigy Ranking Board. Many of the experts in the two groups facing the Sky Haze race leisurely watched this battle. The Quasi-God Prodigy Ranking Board only recorded the top 20 quasi-gods in a zone. Those that could be recorded on it would become at least rank 6 true gods in the future. All of the quasi-gods in the Gulong Zone aimed for the Quasi-God Prodigy Ranking Board. Of course, these people were just talking about it casually. It would be very difficult for Ho Qing to actually enter the Gulong Zone Quasi-God Prodigy Ranking Board. Offending me back then meant that this would be your final outcome. Just prepare to die. Ho Qing felt smug when he heard the true god experts discussing him. Water slaughtering screen. 3 giant whirlpools of wind and water appeared around Xiaofeng. The terrifying suction force seemed to engulf everything. Don't get cocky. Xiaofeng's expression was cold as his left eye locked onto Ho Qing. Ding! Ding! A long black sword appeared in Xiaofeng's hand. It was the sword form ancient god seal. Boom! Whoosh! Xiaofeng slashed out, unleashing a terrifying dark golden sword blade after circulating the lightning fire obliteration. You think that you're the only one with a divine weapon? Ho Qing took out a divine weapon as well. Apart from divine power and the power of intent, divine weapons were another important tool. The power of attacks would be stronger when channeling divine power and intent through a divine weapon. Spatial movement. A ripple appeared from Xiaofeng's left eye when Ho Qing took out his divine weapon, and a spatial ripple appeared within Ho Qing's body. Not good. Ho Qing's expression changed dramatically. Xiaofeng specialized in the laws of space as well. A black light slashed across his chest as the little thieving cat's figure appeared in the air. Junior. Don't even think about harming Ho Qing. The rank 4 true god expert from the Sky-Water Yao race was watching the fight in the distance with a smile, but he suddenly roared in anger. Shwa! The little thieving cat took the dark silver dragon snake whip necklace and wrapped it around Ho Qing. Damn it! Although Ho Qing's heart was heavily injured from the attack, it wasn't enough to kill him. Wang! Hu! A surge of terrifying intent of water and wind moved with Ho Qing's thoughts, charging toward the little thieving cat. Just lie down obediently. Xiaofeng harumphed coldly as his left eye released a terrifying eye bloodline technique. The tribulation lightning eye flame. Boom! A ball of destructive lightning exploded onto Ho Qing's soul. Arg! Surges of pain instantly shattered his mind, and the nearby intent of wind and water crumbled. Boom! 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 A surge of devastating wind lightning moved as Xiaofeng dragged Ho Qing and the little thieving cat into his little world of wind lightning. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 4 people from the Sky-Water Yao race arrived. They consisted of 1 rank 4 true god and 3 rank 3 true gods. If you dare to take one more step further, I will detonate my little world. Xiaofeng instantly roared. A screen of wind lightning appeared and reflected the images of Ho Qing and the little thieving cat. The Skywater Yao race group instantly stopped moving. Junior, let go of Ho Qing and the Skywater Yao race will let you live. The rank 4 true god from the Skywater Yao race instantly yelled. They weren't initially scared of Zhao Feng threatening them with Ho Qing because it would be extremely hard for him to kill Ho Qing right away. But now, Zhao Feng had Ho Qing in his little world of wind lightning. If the little world was detonated, the force would definitely be enough to kill Ho Qing. Save me! Ho Qing pleaded for help from within the little world of wind lightning. Bam! The little thieving cat sat on Ho Qing and took out a spade, which it used to heavily slam Ho Qing's head. Do you really think I would believe you and release Ho Qing? Zhao Feng laughed coldly. The Skywater Yao race was treating him like a retard. If you dare to kill Ho Qing, the Skywater Yao race won't let go of you, the rank 4 true god said coldly. Ho Qing's ancestor was an elder of the Skywater Yao race, so they needed Ho Qing to stay alive. Don't follow me. I will let go of Ho Qing after I retreat 200,000 miles away. Zhao Feng had a calm expression as the wings on his back released a brilliant glow of light that allowed his figure to disappear with a flash. The three groups were dead silent. Just a moment ago, they were praising Ho Qing and congratulating the Skywater Yao race. But in the next moment, Ho Qing was captured by Zhao Feng. If it wasn't for the fact that so many Skywater Yao race experts were here, Zhao Feng would have probably killed Ho Qing already. The Sky Haze race group was overjoyed. After Zhao Feng's disturbance, the other two groups wouldn't team up against them anymore. The golden-armed race will be leaving now, Yuhen said with a smile. Whoosh! The golden-armed race trio and the azure-robed elder left. Wait here. When that brat has retreated 200,000 miles away, we will charge right over. The rank 4 true god from the Skywater Yao race said coldly. He could sense Ho Qing's rough location through the token in his hand. Once the distance was more than 200 miles away, they would start to move. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared within the depths of Phoenix Forest. She wore a long blue and purple dress, and her beauty could make one unable to breathe properly. This human is pretty strong. He actually wasn't killed by those people. That cat is also not simple. Little Ling smiled. She was a phoenix-tailed bird and was currently in human form in order to take back the tail feathers of her race's ancestor. If Zhao Feng was killed by the Skywater Yao race, then the tail feathers of their ancestor would fall into their hands. She wouldn't dare to try to take them back from such a group alone. So Little Ling actually hoped that Zhao Feng would live. That way she could kill him herself. Shwa! Little Ling turned into a blue and purple flame that left in the other direction. It's almost 200,000 miles now. Zhao Feng relaxed. His lightning radiant spatial flash could move 50,000 miles at most in the ancient dream realm, so he could actually escape an extra 50,000 miles. He believed that it would be extremely hard for the opposing party to find him after there was 250,000 miles between them. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's eyes could see very far, and if he saw anyone chase after him, he could use the misty spatial world to escape. Zhao Feng, let go of me. Ho Qing roared in the little world of wind lightning. Bam! The little thieving cat's spade hit him in the head, causing Ho Qing's head to spin. Now fuck off. Zhao Feng let Ho Qing out. Although he really wanted to kill Ho Qing, he had promised that he would let Ho Qing go after moving 200,000 miles away. He would do as he promised, but if he met this person again, he definitely wouldn't forgive him. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the golden-armed race appeared not far away. Zhao Feng, run! Yuhen shouted urgently with panic. Run! Zhao Feng's expression paused for a moment. Of course he was going to run. Was there a need to be in such a rush, though? However, in the next instant, Zhao Feng felt a sensation of life and death danger. Wang! The air distorted around Zhao Feng, and a figure appeared directly next to him through a spatial disturbance. Boom! The hairs on Zhao Feng's body stood up on end, and the pair of wings on his back flashed as he teleported away. Boom! 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 Zhao Feng instantly moved several dozen thousand miles away. Humph! The elder harumphed coldly as he glanced at the golden-armed race trio. Quickly kill Zhao Feng. Ho Qing revealed a deadly expression. Zhao Feng had underestimated the true god experts. This rank 4 true god from the Sky-Water Yao race, apart from water and wind, also specialized in the laws of space. He could move anywhere within 10,000 miles with just spatial teleportation. However, spatial teleportation couldn't be used continuously, so the Elder didn't use it again. After all, this true god's intent of space had only reached level 2. Whoosh! This rank 4 true god unleashed the intent of wind and water, transforming into a bolt of light that chased after Zhao Feng. Fuck! What is this technique? Cold sweat poured down from Zhao Feng's forehead as his heart started to shake. At this moment, he was circulating his lightning fire obliteration to the maximum, but the true god was still catching up. Although Zhao Feng's speed in the ancient dream realm was faster than the outside world, this rank 4 true god also specialized in speed. An invisible intent of space surrounded Zhao Feng, stopping him from using any unique methods. Master, the golden-armed race said that, if you escape to the forest of death, they will meet you there. At this moment, the azure-robed elder's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Part of his consciousness started looking at the information regarding the forest of death. This place was a barren ground of death, and it was close to Phoenix Forest. No matter how strong a true god was, they would most likely die if they entered. However, if he was caught by this rank for true god, it meant certain death anyway. Besides, Zhao Feng also wanted to see the golden-armed race's true goal. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed, and Zhao Feng changed directions. He was now heading toward the forest of death. Junior! Die! A deafening roar sounded behind Zhao Feng. He, a rank 4 true god, had used a teleportation technique and still didn't manage to catch up to Zhao Feng. This made him lose face, but at the moment he was very close to Zhao Feng. Water slaughtering screen. This rank 4 true god waved his hand, and a giant whirlpool of wind and water appeared above Zhao Feng. A terrifying pulling force seemed to devour everything. Is this the combination of profound intent and divine power? Zhao Feng was shocked. At this moment, he was being pulled by the whirlpool of wind and water. He was completely unable to sustain the lightning radiant spatial flash. The power of a rank 4 true god using the water slaughtering screen was several times stronger than when Ho Qing used it. Die! This rank 4 true god appeared before Zhao Feng. At this point in time, Zhao Feng was bound by his power and unable to escape. However, Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly released a terrifying whirlpool of wind and water as well, which descended directly onto this rank 4 true god. The two suction forces of both giant whirlpools instantly cancelled each other out. Boom! 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 Zhao Feng used the lightning radiant spatial flash and flew toward the dark misty forest in the distance. He used the god eye duplication and managed to catch a rank 4 true god off guard. Arg! I'm going to make you wish that you were dead. The rank 4 true god howled, and the intensive wind, water, and space in heaven and earth shook. Nearby experts were stunned and instantly scattered. Spatial teleportation. The rank 4 true god of the Sky-Water Yao race used the intent of space and disappeared into the air. He's coming. Zhao Feng instantly felt the air around him become chaotic, but at the same time, he reached the border of the forest of death. Bam! Boom! Boom! Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and dove straight into the forest of death. In the next instant, a figure appeared right where Zhao Feng was just standing. The forest of death. The rank 4 true god's eyebrows furrowed. He didn't understand why Zhao Feng would come here. The forest of death was filled with danger, and most people would die. Even he didn't dare to enter. The moment Zhao Feng entered the forest of death, he felt limitless intent of death wash over him. A thick air of death entered Zhao Feng's body and started to erode him. What a terrifying air of death! Zhao Feng's heart jumped. He felt that the life force within his body was being washed away. If he continued to stay here, he would die before long. Master, don't use any power. The azure-robed elder's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Zhao Feng immediately did as told and stopped using all his intent, wind lightning sacred power, and the ability of his god eye. The intent of death then stopped eroding Zhao Feng's body. What a weird place. One is fine only if they don't use any power at all. Zhao Feng felt extremely curious and puzzled. If one couldn't use any power, if they encountered any danger, it would mean death. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned his surroundings. Apart from the bald trees, hills, and stones, there was nothing else. Everything in the distance was filled with black mist. Zhao Feng stayed here and waited for the golden-armed race trio to come. Otherwise, he would have just used the misty spatial world to leave already. Boom! 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 A thundering sound charged toward Zhao Feng, and a large black figure appeared before him. This was a giant earth metal bear, but it was surrounded by the air of death. Its eyes were pitch black, as if it had lost all consciousness, and it attacked Zhao Feng right away. "You're courting death." Zhao Feng jumped up and punched out without saying anything else. He had cultivated the golden Kuin's sacred lightning body, so even if he didn't actively use any power, the power of his body alone was terrifying. Boom! Bam! This earth metal bear was only a demigod, so it was sent flying by Zhao Feng. Tang! Zhao Feng jumped into the air and punched downward. After killing the earth metal bear, Zhao Feng came to the edge of the forest of death and sat down. The three from the golden-armed race and the azure-robed elder appeared near Zhao Feng soon after. "Is there a reason that, brother, you wanted to see me?" Zhao Feng asked. He hadn't thought about it too much when the golden-armed race trio first approached him, but they were too friendly to Zhao Feng on the way, making him wary. Furthermore, the trio knew that Zhao Feng had offended Ho Qing and still directed him to Phoenix Forest. This made Zhao Feng even more suspicious. "I wonder if Brother Zhao is interested in the Forest of Death." Yu Hen revealed a smile, but it looked ghastly in this forest surrounded by the air of death. "Nope," Zhao Feng replied directly. There was definitely something wrong when it was so out of the norm like this. This Forest of Death obviously had a big secret, but it was too dangerous here. Zhao Feng already had all the cultivation resources he wanted, and he could leave the ancient dream realm whenever he wanted. There was no need for him to risk his life to explore the Forest of Death. "Brother Zhao, don't decline so fast. Let me tell you some information, and then you can decide." Yu Hen revealed a smile, and the way he looked at Zhao Feng instantly changed. When the wild ancient secret dimension opened 20,000 years ago, a senior of the golden-armed race was forced into the Forest of Death, and he found the secret here, Yu Hen said slowly. Zhao Feng listened carefully. Regardless of anything else, he was still interested in the forest's secret. This senior had trained his body cultivation to an extremely high level, and he managed to reach the center of the Forest of Death. In the end, he found that there was a God-sealing stone there. Yu Hen placed great emphasis on the last words. God-sealing stones are apparently a treasure of the God-sealing race, which is ranked 14th among the 10,000 ancient races. It can seal everything in the world. The female in pink spoke. Her voice was crisp and clear. Zhao Feng became silent. He had heard of the God-sealing race, but he didn't know anything about God-sealing stones. If this was true, then the center of the Forest of Death should contain some sort of powerful wicked monster or treasure. 10,000 years ago, another senior made some preparations and found that a powerful divine weapon was sealed by the God-sealing stone. "The three of us came this time to take this divine weapon." Yu Hen finally told Zhao Feng their aim, and the two next to him also revealed excited looks. Divine weapon? Zhao Feng's heart shook. What kind of divine weapon could turn this place into a ground of death, and why did it need to be sealed by a God-sealing stone? What was the grade of this divine weapon? The danger involved in obtaining this divine weapon didn't need to be explained. "I can guarantee that Brother Zhao will be able to reach the center of the Forest of Death smoothly," Yu Hen said after seeing that Zhao Feng was still silent. "Brother Zhao, once we obtain this divine weapon, we can let you use it once to finish off that true god from the Skywater Yao race outside the Forest of Death. If Brother Zhao visits the golden-armed race in the future, you will be treated as an esteemed guest." Yu Hen promised more benefits after seeing that Zhao Feng was still hesitating. "Let's go to the center of the Forest of Death first," Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. Since Yu Hen could guarantee that Zhao Feng could reach the center of the Forest of Death safely, Zhao Feng decided to at least have a look at the God Sealing Stone and then make his decision. Everything was based only on what the golden-armed race said, and Zhao Feng couldn't completely believe them. If there was any danger at all, he would immediately use the misty spatial world and leave. Seeing that Zhao Feng had agreed, the golden-armed race trio revealed joyful expressions. The azure-robed elder wasn't a body cultivator, so he would be useless in the forest of death. Thus, Zhao Feng told him to wait at the border. "Let's go," Zhao Feng said. The golden-armed race trio had spent a lot of effort to get this far. They formed their plan the first time they met Zhao Feng, but they didn't immediately tell him about it because they wanted to maintain a good relationship. These are some divine power pills that the patriarch prepared. It can increase one's power to another level. Yuhen took out several pills from a bottle and handed them to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng took the pills with some hesitation. "I said that I would guarantee Brother Zhao's safety to the center of the forest of death." Yuhen took out a few more pills and gave them to the other two from the golden-armed race. Zhao Feng instantly felt that the physical force radiating from the golden-armed race trio became stronger. Zhao Feng ate the pill and felt a fierce force travel through his limbs and body. "This pill is probably very expensive." Zhao Feng smiled and said, "There was nothing wrong with these pills." At this moment, he could defeat rank 2 true gods and fight against rank 3 true gods with his physical strength alone. The divine power pill didn't just increase Zhao Feng's power for a short amount of time. It was also of great help to Zhao Feng's life force, and his sacred lightning body started showing signs of breaking through. "It's nothing compared to the divine weapon in the forest of death." Yuhen's tone was slightly impatient. "Tang, tang." The group of 4 headed toward the center of the forest of death. Woo, terrifying howls started to sound just as they progressed forward. Whoosh! With a flash of black, a terrifying ancient race creature appeared before the group. Apart from their own strength, the ancient races in the forest of death all had an air of death as well. Maybe this was why they stayed in the forest of death forever. However, their consciousnesses weren't clear, and they only knew about killing, so it wasn't very hard for the group to deal with it. "Go!" Yuhen roared in a deep voice as he charged out. The golden-armed race was considered a body-strengthening race, and Yuhen had made preparations from the start. The trio had all cultivated their bodies to an extremely high level. Amongst them, the tall male had the strongest body. It was even slightly stronger than Zhao Feng's golden Kuan sacred lightning body. "Kill!" The 4 soon finished off this beast. "Big brother, there's a skeleton there," the female yelled. The golden-armed race trio arrived next to the skeleton and took its items away. "Brother Zhao, don't laugh at us. The skeletons here are mainly from the people that entered this place in the past and were killed by the air of death. They have many good items on them," Yuhen said to Zhao Feng, and he nodded his head. Places that contained great danger also contained great fortune. Strong experts had definitely entered this place in the past, and since they had never returned, it warned others not to enter the forest of death easily. Zhao Feng then looked over and saw many skeletons and interspatial dimensions on the way. However, in comparison to the fortune, there was more danger. They would meet ancient races at almost every moment. The closer they got to the center of the forest of death, the great the numbers of these beasts. If it wasn't for the help of the divine power pill, the 4 probably wouldn't have been able to continue. At this moment, Zhao Feng realized something. Many body cultivators had entered the wild ancient secret dimension. There were rank 4 and maybe even rank 5 true god body cultivators. Normally speaking, a body-strengthening expert with a higher cultivation would increase the chances of the golden-armed race successfully obtaining the divine weapon. However, what the golden-armed race trio needed was someone with a strong body but a weak cultivation so that the 3 of them would have the advantage. In their eyes, Zhao Feng fitted the criteria perfectly. He wasn't their match inside the forest of death or outside. Of course, this was just what they thought. The 4 finally managed to enter the center region with the help of the divine power pills and their physical strength. "Brother Zhao, you can relax now. Now that we have reached this place, the ancient races won't appear anymore." Yuhen laughed with excitement. The golden-armed race trio then headed forward, and Zhao Feng followed closely behind them. The closer they got to the center, the darker the mist of death. If someone used other powers here, the erosion from the mist of death would become faster, killing them quickly. A giant black stone soon appeared before the group. Countless profound and unique lines were drawn around the giant stone and radiated a majestic power that suppressed heaven and earth. Zhao Feng felt that it was extremely hard to use any power within his body when he got close to this giant stone. This is the God-sealing stone? Zhao Feng revealed a surprised look. The God-sealing stone was a treasure of the God-sealing race, which was ranked 14th among the 10,000 ancient races, and it could suppress all treasures in the world. However, at this moment, the surface of the God-sealing stone was radiating a heavy air of death, as if it had been eroded. What kind of divine weapon was being suppressed that it could even erode the God-sealing stone? Within several dozen millennia, the divine weapon underneath would be able to fully erode the God-sealing stone. Of course, this might also be because the grade of this particular God-sealing stone wasn't high enough. The God-sealing race had experts of different levels, and that was the same with God-sealing stones. Brother Yu, how are you planning to control the divine weapon under this God-sealing stone? It's very strong. Zhao Feng asked with a solemn expression. This terrifying divine weapon could even erode the God-sealing stone. Once it was taken out, how would the golden-armed race control it? Brother Zhao, don't worry. The divine weapon beneath the God-sealing stone should be busy fighting against the God-sealing stone and should be very weak right now. It's not very hard to control it after we take it out, Yu Hen said with a smile. What do we need to do? Zhao Feng asked. Yu Hen flipped his right hand, and various weapons and resources containing the intent of death appeared in his hand. The value of these materials and weapons wasn't lower than some of the treasures Zhao Feng had taken from the phoenix nest. It seemed like Yu Hen's lineage had prepared a lot for this divine weapon in the forest of death. The God-sealing stone has been fighting against the divine weapon for a very long time. Both items have lost a lot of power. These materials and weapons that contain the intent of death will be able to provide some power for the divine weapon below the God-sealing stone. We can also reduce the power of the God-sealing stone from outside. Yu Hen told Zhao Feng what their next step was. Is young Sir Zhao not willing? The female in pink asked with a smile. Whether I'm willing or not doesn't matter, right? You wouldn't let me leave anyway. Besides, I do want to use the power of this divine weapon to get rid of the Sky-Water Yao race, Zhao Feng said with a smile. Zhao Feng wanted this divine weapon as well. Besides, he had some hidden cards, so he wasn't scared of the golden-armed race trio. It would be very good if he could use these three to obtain the divine weapon below the God-sealing stone for himself. Then, let's start. Yu Hen immediately started to take action. He spread the items containing the intent of death around the God-sealing stone. As expected, an invisible surge of power started to erode the God-sealing stone. Come with me. Zhao Feng followed the golden-armed race trio to the top of the God-sealing stone. Yu Hen took out a white jade slip that had many profound lines on it, and it gave off a mystic aura. Pa! Yu Hen stuck this jade slip onto the God-sealing stone. This is a jade slip crafted by my ancestor. We can attack this jade slip, and it'll increase our power, Yu Hen explained to Zhao Feng. The skills that powerful true gods have up their sleeves are immeasurable. Zhao Feng didn't dare to underestimate any of them. He had seen mysterious methods from the experts of the Gulong Zone in the wild ancient secret dimension, and Skyfeather Island was just a corner in the edge of the ancient desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng wasn't experienced enough. Bam! The quartet attacked this white jade slip together. A strong surge of power came from the jade slip and charged toward the God-sealing stone. Wisps of death intent around the God-sealing stone started to erode it faster. With the combined forces, the power of the God-sealing stone started to become weaker. Stop! Let the divine weapon break through the suppression of the God-sealing stone by itself now. Yu Hen took the jade slip back. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded from beneath the God-sealing stone. A gap appeared in the God-sealing stone, and surges of the mist of death started to appear. The divine weapon is about to come out. Zhao Feng's eyes moved. Brother Zhao, it's time for you to come into play. Yu Hen on the side suddenly spoke as he revealed a cunning and cruel smile. Shua! A silver jade slip that radiated a unique spatial intent appeared in his hand. At the same time, the female and tall male attacked Xiaofeng. Under the circumstance that no one could use any other power within the Forest of Death, Xiaofeng wasn't the match for the golden-armed race trio. Furthermore, these three people had used their divine weapons in order to suppress Xiaofeng and disregarded the erosion from the air of death. Brother Zhao, give your life to us. Yu Hen smiled cruelly and spoke as he led the attack. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Xiaofeng waved his right hand, and a man covered in black scales appeared. Xiaofeng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon both used their divine power without a care for the air of death and clashed against the golden-armed race. The golden-armed race trio had grim expressions when they saw Xiaofeng with more hidden cards. The instant they clashed, they could feel that this male in black scales didn't just have strong physical power. His bloodline was terrifying as well. My jade slip! Yu Hen suddenly exclaimed as the jade slip he took out had disappeared. Meow meow! Right at this moment, a black ripple appeared behind Yu Hen, and his chest was critically wounded. Boom! At the same time, Xiaofeng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon charged forward and punched fiercely toward Yu Hen, sending him flying. Pa! A dark silver light flashed as the silver jade slip was placed on Yu Hen. Don't dash! A scream sounded as a spatial power enveloped Yu Hen's body and sent him through the gap into the dimension sealed by the God's sealing stone. Ha ha ha, the power of this divine power is extremely weak after fighting against the God sealing stone after so long. The golden-armed race wanted to sacrifice your life in order to recover some of its power. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's horrifying face smiled wickedly as it revealed what the golden-armed race trio was thinking. In their eyes, Xiaofeng had lost his worth now, so it was better to use his life to help recover some of the divine weapon's power. Meow meow! The little thieving cat stood on Xiaofeng's shoulder and looked at the God-sealing stone as it threw several old bronze coins into the air. A member of the Sky-Water Yao race was currently outside the Forest of Death. They've been in there for so long already. That brat must have died. The person from the Sky-Water Yao race said with a cold laugh. However, he still needed to stay here for one more day due to orders. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying intent of death suddenly appeared within the forest that was covered by a mist of death. Whoosh! 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 The mist of death surrounding the center of the forest started to move and transform into a giant whirlpool, spreading intent of death in every direction. This scene obviously attracted everyone currently around the Forest of Death. These people didn't dare to do anything rash because all of this was too terrifying. In addition, since the wild ancient secret dimension had opened for such a long time already, some of the stronger forces had already gathered together and headed toward other places in order to obtain greater fortune. Therefore, most of the people near the Forest of Death were quasi-gods, rank 2 true gods, and rank 3 true gods. A purple-blue figure appeared behind some rocks 100 miles away from the Forest of Death. What's with this sudden change in the Forest of Death? Little Ling was very surprised. Even she thought that Xiaofeng had died after being in the Forest of Death for such a long time and was ready to go back and tell the others what happened. The sudden change in the Forest of Death gave her a weird feeling that Xiaofeng might still be alive. In the center of the Forest of Death, the terrifying cries of ghosts sounded from the gaps and flaws in the seal below the God-sealing stone. The mist of death covered the God-sealing stone and kept on eroding it. On the side, the 2 remaining golden-armed race members looked at Xiaofeng in fear and didn't know what to do. They didn't think that Xiaofeng would take out a hidden card they had never seen at the last moment and force them all back, then send Yu Hen into the God-sealing stone. They originally just wanted to find someone with good physical strength but low cultivation so they could suppress this person when the time came. They didn't expect Xiaofeng to have hidden himself so deeply. The dragon-scaled male next to him was even more unfathomable, and yet Xiaofeng seemed to be the leader. Go! This thought surfaced in both of their minds. They definitely wouldn't be able to take the divine weapon at this point, and Xiaofeng could easily kill them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden-armed race didn't bother with the erosion from the mist of death anymore and circulated a wisp of divine power to run. Master, We're not going to do anything about them? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon asked. They will die. Zhao Feng had an emotionless expression, as if everything was under his control. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't know what this sentence meant, but since Zhao Feng didn't care, it was too lazy to care either. Master is very lucky and managed to meet such fortune, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said with jealousy. According to its guesses, the divine weapon below the God Sealing Stone might very likely be a high-grade or even a peak-grade divine weapon. Even the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't have such a terrifying divine weapon at its peak. Zhao Feng was only at the peak stages of the mystic light realm but could already meet such fortune. However, it wasn't going to be easy to use the power of such a strong divine weapon, especially since it was wicked and evil. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures suddenly came over. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon looked over and saw that it was Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang. It immediately knew what Zhao Feng meant a moment ago. The golden-armed race duo that just ran away was probably killed by these two. In reality, before they even arrived at Phoenix Forest, Zhao Feng had Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang leave the main territory. After all, it was extremely dangerous for Zhao Feng to act outside his territory, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and the little thieving cat alone weren't enough. What a terrifying divine weapon of death! Zhao Wang exclaimed as he looked at the God Sealing Stone. He had the Eye of Death and had comprehended the intent of death, so he could clearly sense the terrifying intent of death beneath the God Sealing Stone. This intent of death was far superior and more profound than his own. Move back and get ready to take action. We will leave when we obtain the divine weapon, Zhao Feng said in a low tone, and everyone retreated a certain distance. Boom! The power of the seal around the God Sealing Stone was hit by a strong surge of power. Zhao Feng and company felt as if countless ghosts were roaring and trying to break out. Their hearts shook just by looking at it from afar. Crack! 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 Cracks started to appear on the God Sealing Stone, and they extended in every direction. Boom! A surge of death power landed on the God Sealing Stone, and the entire God Sealing Stone split apart. This power of death, which seemed able to destroy everything, rose into the sky. Even the air itself seemed to be destroyed. It was a good thing that Zhao Feng and company had retreated some distance, or else this surge of death power would have turned them into a pile of bones. However, they knew that the surge of power just now most likely used up all of the divine weapon's power. Whoosh! A black figure charged out from the dark abyss of death. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng immediately circulated his god eye, and a bottomless purple whirlpool locked onto the black figure and started absorbing its soul. This divine weapon had its own consciousness and could move. Since it had its own consciousness, that meant that Zhao Feng's gaze of the god eye would be effective against it. Wang. The black figure stopped in the air and revealed its appearance. It was a pitch-black staff the length of a human. There were countless words written on it, and it gave off a dim, evil feeling. On top of the staff was a snarling black claw. In the center of the claw was a black eye that was similar to the Eye of Death. So. At the same time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Wang, and Zhao Wan flew toward the staff. The trio immediately used soul attacks to damage the black staff's soul intent. Wang. This black staff was already extremely weak, and it was now being stopped by Zhao Feng's gaze of the god eye while the other three attacked it. This caused the black staff to start trembling. Come! Zhao Feng increased the power of the gaze of the god eye and sucked it into the dimension of his left eye. Go! Zhao Feng said in a deep tone as he prepared to use the Misty Spatial World and leave with everyone. But he realized that the Misty Spatial World's ability couldn't be used here. At this moment, the mist of death surrounding this area was dissipating and fading away. Many people were starting to charge into the forest of death. These God-sealing stones. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the God-sealing stone that was now in pieces. The value of the complete God-sealing stone wouldn't be lower than this black staff. Even though it was now in pieces, its sealing power was still there. This was why Zhao Feng couldn't use the power of the Misty Spatial World. Shua! With a wave of his hand, Zhao Feng took the God-sealing stones. Wang! Shua! In the next instant, Zhao Feng, Zhao Wang, and the black destruction serpent dragon disappeared with a flash of silver light while Zhao Wan retreated back into the black mist. On the peak of a mountain at the edge of the ancient dream realm, Wang Shua, the figures of Zhao Feng and company appeared as silver light flashed. Zhao Feng remained motionless after returning safely. His thoughts were focused on Zhao Wan. He needed to make sure that Zhao Wan could leave the forest of death safely. The reason why Zhao Feng had Zhao Wan stay there was because both he and Zhao Wan needed to increase their strength quickly. Leaving Zhao Wan behind with the other experts could allow him to gather intel. With Zhao Wan's current abilities and the help of the other ancient races, there was no danger in just gathering intel. Your fortune is here. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile toward Zhao Wang. That's right. With this divine weapon, my strength will be able to increase dramatically even if I can't control its power right now. Zhao Wan revealed a deadly smile. One's personality and attitude would change depending on what Tao they cultivated. Zhao Wang cultivated the Tao of death, so he looked like a cold and cruel demonic sovereign. Zhao Feng first helped Zhao Wang refine this black staff. The black staff in the dimension of Zhao Feng's god I could do nothing right now. It was as if it was still sealed by the god sealing stone. However, the moment the staff was taken out, it gave off a profound intent of death and tried to escape from Zhao Feng's hand. Divine weapons needed to recognize their masters. This black staff obviously didn't want to stay in the hands of a weakling like Zhao Feng, who, right at this moment, Zhao Wang circulated the Eye of Death and sucked away the power of death radiating from the pitch-black staff, and he comprehended the intent of death at the same time. Wang, the black staff shook for a moment after sensing the Eye of Death, then tried to escape from Zhao Feng. It was obvious that, even though Zhao Wang had the Eye of Death, the black staff still didn't care too much. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng circulated his power of God Tribulation Lightning and started to bombard it. If it was at its peak power, this black staff wouldn't be scared of this Tribulation Lightning, but right now it was too weak, so it couldn't withstand the force from the Tribulation Lightning. Zhao Feng then sucked the black staff back into the dimension of his left eye after an hour of being locked in a stalemate. Zhao Wang entered seclusion. It was obvious that he would gain limitless benefits from just interacting with this staff. When he was stronger, he would definitely be able to refine this divine weapon of death. Zhao Feng also entered seclusion after Zhao Wang left. Shua! Shua! Many resources appeared in front of Zhao Feng, including cultivation resources of the wind, lightning, and metal elements. The feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird were also present. Zhao Feng's first thought circulated the 5-elemental wind-lightning technique and cultivated the metal of wind-lightning. The second of his thoughts used the 5 elements of wind-lightning and the power of God Tribulation Lightning to refine his sacred lightning body. The third of his thoughts was used to inspect the tail feathers. These tail feathers contain the bloodline power of the phoenix-tailed birds. The flames contain the essence of the phoenix-tailed birds. Zhao Feng's heart shook as he inspected the 3 tail feathers in front of him. They were scarlet, orange, and purple respectively. Zhao Feng found that the characteristics of these 3 flames were different. The scarlet fire was chaotic and destructive. The orange flame was fiery hot like it could melt through anything, and the purple flame contained a type of power that could damage the soul. My ancient blood devil sun bloodline will be able to reach new heights if I use these 3 tail feathers to refine it. These 3 tail feathers could allow Zhao Feng's bloodline to grow stronger rapidly. At the same time, these 3 tail feathers contained many healing properties that were of great help to Zhao Feng's body and state of existence. Fire, lightning, and golden light flashed on the peak of a mountain. It was extremely ferocious. A sitting figure could be faintly seen amidst this scenery. Many multicolored items floated in front of him. Even rank 4 true gods would want these treasures floating in front of Zhao Feng. The ferocious scenery was caused by Zhao Feng using them to cultivate. Zhao Feng's overall strength increased dramatically from the large amount of resources. Hu, Wang. A scarlet golden glass-like fire burned across Zhao Feng's body. Wang, boom. Zhao Feng's scarlet golden glass-like body released a scorching blood-colored fire. Hu. The 3 tail feathers in front of Zhao Feng quickly merged into Zhao Feng's burning flames. At the same time, The bloodline power within these tail feathers entered his body and blood. Boom! The strong surge of bloodline power quickly merged into Zhao Feng's body and caused his ancient blood devil sun bloodline to boil. His bloodline clashed with the ancient bloodline that had just entered. Such a big reaction. Zhao Feng's heart shook. In the past, the ancient blood devil sun bloodline only released a surge of heat when it refined other ancient bloodlines. The reason why the reaction was so strong this time was perhaps because there were too many similarities between the phoenix-tailed bird bloodline and the ancient blood devil sun bloodline, or perhaps the phoenix-tailed bird race's bloodline was too strong. What Zhao Feng needed to do was control the ancient blood devil sun bloodline and devour the bloodline power of the phoenix-tailed bird bloodline. The fire around Zhao Feng became stronger and stronger, as if he was going to be reborn. He was like a flaming demonic sovereign. Eventually, the ancient blood devil sun bloodline within Zhao Feng's body completely devoured the phoenix-tailed bird bloodline. The bloodline within Zhao Feng's body was like boiling water, and it started to rise. The flames around Zhao Feng's body burned with a frenzy. They were blood red, and the surge of bloodline aura was more forceful and hotter than ever before. Wang! The faint image of a phoenix-tailed bird could be seen behind Zhao Feng's flaming back. The ancient beasts nearby all suddenly felt their bloodlines start to boil, and they were instantly filled with fear and panic. Looks like my ancient blood devil sun bloodline has undergone an evolution, Zhao Feng said in a light tone with excitement. He didn't know what rank of 10,000 ancient races he could compare it to now. I'll test it. Zhao Feng stood up. He gave off a domineering and wild aura. A scarlet chaotic flame suddenly surrounded Zhao Feng's hand after he circulated the ancient blood devil sun bloodline. Boom! Zhao Feng punched out. Boom! Pong! A scarlet fistlight shot out like a fireball and lit up the nearby sky. What power! The fire has become much stronger. Zhao Feng felt the giant firehall in front of him. Wang! This giant fireball kept on burning in the air, as if it would never disappear. Zhao Feng felt a slight disturbance and moved his intent. The fireball instantly exploded and turned into an ocean of flame, but it didn't extinguish. This feeling. Could it be that my intent of fire has reached level 1? Zhao Feng felt that his intent could control the flames that he had released. He could absorb the heaven-earth yuan qi in the air and turn it into the power of fire for his own use. I didn't think that the fusion of the phoenix-tailed bird bloodline and ancient blood devil sun bloodline would allow my comprehension of the intent of fire to reach level 1. A smile formed on Zhao Feng's face. He had personally witnessed the battle power of Ho Qing, whose intent of water was almost at level 1. At this moment, Zhao Feng's intent of fire was truly level 1, so it was even stronger than Ho Qing's. After strengthening his bloodline, Zhao Feng started to focus on the 5-elemental wind lightning technique. Although the increase in cultivation wouldn't improve Zhao Feng's battle power much, his cultivation was too low and would start to restrict the growth of his battle power. Whoosh! A flaming golden giant horn, a blood-colored flower, and a golden scale-covered fruit appeared in front of Zhao Feng. These were Zhao Feng's most precious cultivation resources of the Tao of Metal. He had already duplicated some earlier and could now use them freely. Wang, Shu! The effects of the 3 resources were sucked out by Zhao Feng and flowed through his body and limbs toward his sacred power whirlpool. Zhao Feng's sacred power whirlpool was like a 5-colored circular tablet that rotated slowly. When the medicinal properties entered the golden-colored part of the tablet, they were quickly refined and absorbed. Wang! Boom! The metal of wind lightning's sacred power in the golden area suddenly released a bright golden light. At the same time, golden light and the power of wind lightning shot out in every direction from Zhao Feng's body. My foundation of metal of wind lightning is extremely solid. I will be able to break through to the peak stages after cultivating it for a bit more, Zhao Feng murmured. His metal of wind lightning had almost reached the peak stages. Zhao Feng continued to cultivate and only stopped when he completely absorbed the medicinal properties 3 days later. As expected of metal elemental treasures, my metal of wind lightning has completely consolidated and become even stronger. Zhao Feng was surprised, but he had a big smile. With his current speed, his metal of wind lightning would soon be able to reach maximum power. At that point in time, his metal of wind lightning would be comparable to divine power, and he could be considered a demigod. Now that his intent of fire had reached level 1, Zhao Feng was looking forward to the power of lightning fire obliteration if it merged with his max power metal of wind lightning. A black streak of light that gave off an aura of death approached Zhao Feng. This person was Zhao Wang. He came once every couple days so Zhao Feng could help suppress the black staff and allow him to absorb its air of death and comprehend the intent of death from it. Zhao Wang didn't rush breaking through to become a demigod, but his understanding of death had become stronger, and his mastery of the Eye of Death was better. He didn't need to cultivate as many things as Zhao Feng did. All Zhao Wang needed to focus on was the intent of death and the Eye of Death. However, he was the same as Zhao Feng in a certain respect. His actual strength surpassed his cultivation, and he could slay enemies with higher cultivation. He would have no trouble fighting against a rank 1 true god. Shua! A whirlpool appeared in the air, and the black staff floated out from it. Whoosh! The black staff's first reaction when it appeared was to fight back. From its point of view, if it was at its peak, just one wisp of its death power could kill the two people in front of it, so it didn't want to bow to Zhao Feng and Zhao Wang. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng gathered the power of God Tribulation Lightning and released it without saying anything else. The black staff became a bit more obedient after the bombardment of God Tribulation Lightning. Zhao Wang then circulated the Eye of Death and calmly absorbed the air of death. A couple hours later, the air of death coming from Zhao Wang's body became stronger and stronger, and the aura of death had no effect on him. Wang, whoosh! Zhao Wang's Eye of Death suddenly began to spin faster, and a layer of black mist of death slowly appeared in the surroundings. Not bad. This divine weapon of death is not simple. It even helped Zhao Wang's intent of death reach level 1. Zhao Feng was very satisfied. The risk taken to obtain this divine weapon was worth it. Zhao Feng's two clones both had strong battle power. If all three of them fought together, they would have perfect teamwork, and they might even be able to defeat a rank 3 true god in a head-on battle. Whoosh! Zhao Wang left after half a day of comprehension to cultivate by himself. Shua! Zhao Feng put the black staff back into the dimension of his god eye. Even Zhao Feng couldn't help but want to comprehend the intent of death and use this divine weapon since it was so strong. With his comprehension skills, it shouldn't be too hard to comprehend the intent of death. However, the intent of death was an offensive intent, and Zhao Feng already had the intents of fire, lightning, and metal for offense. Besides, Zhao Wang had the Eye of Death, so this black staff was more suitable for him. That's right. There's also the God-sealing stone. When mentioning the black staff, it made Zhao Feng remember the God-sealing stone that suppressed it. Shua! Zhao Feng came out from the misty spatial world and took the broken pieces of the God-sealing stone. Wang! An invisible sealing power spread out. Any intent or power was restricted and unable to release their full power. What a waste of such a treasure! Zhao Feng faintly shook his head and sighed. According to the golden-armed race, the God-sealing stone was a treasure that represented the God-sealing race, which was ranked 14th among the 10,000 ancient races. This God-sealing stone could even seal the terrifying black staff. If Zhao Feng could use it to battle, the opponent wouldn't be able to use any power at all and would just be slaughtered by him. Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng was extremely unwilling to give up. There had to be something of value on the God-sealing stone. Although the God-sealing stone is broken, the sealing power is still there. I just can't use it. After all, I'm not from the God-sealing race, Zhao Feng murmured. If he was from the God-sealing race, he might be able to reforge this God-sealing stone back into one piece again. Perhaps if Zhao Feng comprehended the intent of sealing, he could use it. Apart from that, he could also use these broken God-sealing stone pieces to craft a sealing array, but Zhao Feng wouldn't dare to reveal such a treasure so easily. That means that I'll have to comprehend the intent of sealing. Zhao Feng felt slightly helpless, but this was the only thing he could do. He had seen the power of the God-sealing stone before. This God-sealing stone could even stop enemies from teleporting or moving through space. Zhao Feng grabbed 2 pieces of God's sealing stone and sat down as he put his consciousness into the God's sealing stone. The power of sealing is so profound. Zhao Feng felt the power of the seal. It was very different from the 5 elements or the Tao of wind lightning. Wang, Zhao Feng opened his God's spiritual eye to improve his reaction speed and comprehension ability. At the same time, his golden eye started to analyze the structure of the God sealing stone. With the help of the 2 pieces, Zhao Feng was soon able to merge into the world of sealing, and he caught a wisp of the intent of sealing. While cultivating, Zhao Feng would occasionally communicate with Zhao Wan to obtain intelligence reports. At present, the map of the ancient dream realm in Zhao Feng's mind was incredibly large. This was the product created from countless years of effort on the part of the many factions in the ancient desolate realm of gods. On this day, Zhao Feng learned that, besides the factions from the Gulong Zone, some factions from the Tianyun Zone had also entered the wild ancient secret dimension. The number of people here was gradually climbing. For the wild ancient secret dimension that only opens once every 10,000 years to open in advance might have been because of me. Zhao Feng firmly believed that he was the reason. However, if the secret dimension could open early, it might also be able to close early, and this crucial point might also depend on Zhao Feng. At this moment, the outside experts were mostly operating on the perimeter, but as more people came, their group's fighting power would increase, and they would venture deeper into the region in search of even greater fortune. The majority of these factions were 5-star factions. It would be very difficult for Zhao Feng to harm anyone even if he managed to mingle his way into one of their groups, and things would go very poorly for him if he was discovered. Upon understanding this, Zhao Feng decided to just continue cultivating, primarily focusing on the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and comprehending the God sealing stone. Zhao Feng could currently use a tiny sliver of sealing power. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his hand, imprinting a transparent inscription onto the air. An ancient Yao bird that had been coincidentally flying through this area suddenly plunged from the sky. Caw! The Yao bird was scared out of its wits. Even though it was a bird, it somehow couldn't fly all of a sudden. Fortunately for it, after falling for a little while, it regained the ability to fly and hurriedly fled this bizarre area. One day, Zhao Wan sent Zhao Feng a new piece of information. One regarding the heaven-devouring sacred land. God Realm's sacred land. Heaven-devouring sacred land? This was the first time Zhao Feng had ever heard the term God Realm sacred land. Swish! Zhao Feng immediately summoned the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Little Black, what is a God Realm sacred land? Zhao Feng directly asked. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon would almost definitely know the answer. Haha, Master, you definitely believe that the strongest factions in the ancient desolate realm of gods are the 5-star factions, right? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon gave a smug smile. Is that not the case? Zhao Feng was astonished. In his mind, he had already taken to the concept that 5-star factions were the strongest of all. The Gulong Zone has 3 5-star factions, 10 some 4-star peak factions, even more 4.5-star factions, and innumerable 4-star factions, but the god ruling all these factions is the God Realm sacred land of the Gulong Zone, the heaven-devouring sacred land. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed an expression of respect and yearning. In its mind, a God Realm sacred land was the god of a world and could not be defied. The Gulong Zone's heaven-devouring sacred land was established by the heaven-devouring race. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon continued. Heaven-devouring race. Ranked 17th among the 10,000 ancient races. Information regarding the heaven-devouring race emerged in Zhao Feng's mind. Does the spiritual race also have a God Realm sacred land? Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's description made Zhao Feng think that God Realm sacred lands were the strongest existences in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Since the spiritual race was ranked 19th among the 10,000 ancient races, would it also have a God Realm sacred land? If that was the case, how would Zhao Feng find Zhao Yufei? God Realm sacred lands were enormous, supreme existences that ruled over entire zones. Just because one's bloodline is strong doesn't automatically mean one is powerful. Based on what I remember, The spiritual race does not have a god realm sacred land. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon thought for a few moments before replying. Zhao Feng nodded, acknowledging the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's words. A strong bloodline did not necessarily translate into a corresponding level of strength. A bloodline could give one a good foundation, but it could not decide one's future. Zhao Feng couldn't even keep count of all the experts he had beaten who had better bloodlines than he did. Just cultivate here. You can take the resources, but don't completely destroy them, Zhao Feng warned. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's bloodline caused it to have a fondness for destroying everything and obtaining strength from this destruction. The ancient dream realm was such a fine place with such wonderful resources. So how could he allow the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon to destroy it? Many thanks, Master. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon revealed an excited expression. It had no idea how Zhao Feng could enter the wild ancient secret dimension, and if Zhao Feng wasn't willing to say, it would never know. Whoosh! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body vanished. Zhao Feng had finally permitted it to move freely, and in a secret dimension brimming with fortune at that. It would be strange if the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon didn't make full use of this opportunity. Once the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon disappeared, Zhao Feng called over Zhao Wang. I'm going to begin making a third soul clone. Stand guard for me here, Zhao Feng ordered. He had long ago finished cultivating the third level of the soul-splitting technique. In this period of time, he had condensed his soul intent, bringing it up to the level of a peak rank 1 true god, before deciding to split it again. In his god eye dimension, he still had an eye of samsara, but this eye controlled only the samsara of life and did not have any fighting ability. But even though this was the case, the samsara of life was extremely important to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng already had the powerful fighting forces of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Zhao Wan, and Zhao Wang under his command, so having one more powerful fighting force would not affect him too much. However, the uses of the Eye of the Samsara of Life were exactly what he wanted. Based on what Zhao Feng understood, the Samsara of Life had two uses. The first was to sense whether certain people had reincarnated or not, and the second was to revive shattered souls, essentially resurrecting them. Even a shattered soul can be brought back to life. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. This terrifying ability was the true use of the Eye of the Samsara of Life. If one of Zhao Feng's clones could grasp this ability, then if Zhao Feng was ever killed in the future, the clone could resurrect him. However, the prerequisite was that the clone with the Eye of Samsara needed to be strong enough. This was because Zhao Feng's soul was special. It was a lightning soul body with the god spiritual eye embedded into it. Zhao Feng used Earth Escape and traveled deep underground, where he began to use the third level of the soul-splitting technique to split his soul. After splitting his soul twice, Zhao Feng had a great deal of experience and had developed a resistance to that pain. 10 days later, Zhao Feng finished the soul-splitting. Zhao Feng then followed the method he had used with Zhao Wan, creating for the third clone an extremely high-class body using a large amount of precious ancient resources and ancient blood. I give the Eye of Samsara to you. Merge with it. Zhao Feng gave the Eye of Samsara and the Soul Eye refining technique to the third clone. The third clone was currently too weak to be of any use, so Zhao Feng had it remain here and cultivate to raise its level. Rumble. Zhao Feng used Earth Escape to burrow out of the ground. Zhao Wan sent me some more news. As Zhao Feng sensed the information in his mind, his eyes filled with shock. The information that Zhao Wan had sent this time said that, besides the powers of the Gulong Zone and the Tianyun Zone, the factions from another major zone of the ancient desolate realm of gods had entered the wild ancient secret dimension. This zone was called the Yangling Zone, and it was very far from the Gulong Zone. The factions from the Yangling Zone were only able to enter the wild ancient secret dimension because of the god realm sacred land. From what the experts of the Yangling Zone said, it was the supreme god of the Yangling Zone, the spacetime god. He had used his spacetime god Eye to go against the laws of nature and connect the factions of the Yangling Zone to the wild ancient secret dimension. The spacetime god Eye. This was the first time since he arrived at the ancient desolate realm of gods that Zhao Feng had heard a rumor regarding the 8 great god eyes. Of the 18 zones in the ancient desolate realm of gods, only the Gulong Zone and the adjacent Tianyun Zone were able to connect to the wild ancient secret dimension, But the space-time god used his incredible abilities to forcefully connect the Yangling zone to the wild ancient secret dimension. This was someone who truly deserved the title of space-time god. This kind of divine ability could only be accomplished through the space-time eye. Zhao Feng found it impossible to calm down. He never imagined that the space-time god eye would be so powerful. If this was the case, the other 7 god eyes also wouldn't be normal. Thump thump. Thump thump. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye began to beat, exuding an indescribable excitement and desire to battle. There will come a day when I will see the 8 great god eyes myself. Zhao Feng's eyes sparkled. Ish! Zhao Feng came to the peak of the mountain where he had secluded himself, and he took some soul materials to heal the damage caused by splitting his soul. At his current level, Zhao Feng could minimize how much his soul was weakened by the splitting, but he could not prevent all the damage. It didn't take long before Zhao Feng completely healed his soul. At this time, Zhao Wan sent him another urgent message, one that made Zhao Feng stand up and tremble all over. I originally planned to wait until I became a demigod before moving, but now it seems that I should go first and break through later. Zhao Feng's eyes turned gloomy, a hint of urgency in their depths. With so many precious resources at his disposal, Zhao Feng was able to very smoothly cultivate the metal of wind lightning. Coupled with the fact that his foundation was very stable, Zhao Feng could break through into a perfect state. Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. I'm sending you a map and a target location. Go there and wait for me. Zhao Feng immediately sent a message to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon through the Dark Heart Seal. Ish! In a dark streak of light, Zhao Wang arrived at Zhao Feng's side. Since Zhao Wang had already reached level 1 of Death Intent, his cultivation speed had greatly increased. He was now at the demigod level and would prove useful. Zhao Wang, let's go. Zhao Feng placed Zhao Wang and his ancient beast horde into the misty spatial world and vanished in a stream of faint golden light. After being gone for a bit less than a month, Zhao Feng once more arrived at Phoenix Forest, where several minor powers were still trying to seek out treasure from the Phoenix Nest. It only took a little while longer for Zhao Feng to see the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death was no longer the same forest, as the black fog of death and the sealing energy had both faded away, leaving only bare and withered trees. But there were still quite a few people inside seeking treasure. After all, countless experts had once entered this place and died there. Zhao Feng cared little for this and continued onward. Suddenly, Zhao Feng stopped in the middle of the air, a helpless expression on his face. Down below, a group was headed in some direction, and a certain person in this group had also stopped, just like Zhao Feng. This person was Shifeng, but he no longer had that noble face that could disregard all things. It was a face of shock that was currently staring in disbelief at Zhao Feng. How can this be? How did Zhao Feng appear in the wild, ancient, secret dimension? Shifeng had gotten into the Golden Jade race through his master, the Sky Feather Island Lord, and managed to luckily obtain an entry spot. But Zhao Feng was a nobody, someone backed by the weak blazing fire Golden Sheep race. How could he also appear in the wild, ancient, secret dimension? Since we've met here, then let today be the day of your death, Zhao Feng muttered to himself, killing intent surging from his body. Killing Shifeng was not solely because he was the Sky Feather Island Lord's disciple. More importantly, Shifeng recognized Zhao Feng, and if he was to tell the Sky Feather Island Lord of what he saw here, the Sky Feather Island Lord would probably be able to instantly guess that Zhao Feng could enter the wild ancient secret dimension whenever he wished. Since Shifeng had seen Zhao Feng in the wild ancient secret dimension, Zhao Feng could not let him leave alive. Once Shifeng told the Sky Feather Island Lord about this, the Island Lord would definitely guess that Zhao Feng could enter the secret dimension whenever he wished. If the Sky Feather Island Lord were to reveal this information to others, the entirety of the ancient desolate realm of gods would be after Zhao Feng. Thus, Shifeng could not be allowed to leave the secret dimension alive. He even felt that he needed to kill Shifeng right now to end any possibility of this secret getting out. Shifeng, what are you standing around for? Hurry and keep up. The golden armored man leading the Golden Jade race coldly called out. Yes. The golden armored man's voice made Shifeng tremble, and he replied out of instinct. From this, One could see how much Shifeng respected and feared this man. And just like Shifeng, many other people in the group had nothing but respect for the golden armored man. After all, this person was the pride of the golden jade race, the hope for its future, quasi-god Lin. Swish! At this moment, a faint stream of golden light streaked over from the horizon, coming straight at Shifeng. What? You dare? Shifeng's face grimaced in shock. Zhao Feng had unexpectedly chosen to attack him immediately, and he could even sense a hint of killing intent. He was still thinking about how Zhao Feng had even appeared here. Had he used a teleportation array and joined some 4.5-star faction? But at this moment, Zhao Feng was coming to kill him alone. This was someone who simply didn't know fear. Even if Shifeng was no match for Zhao Feng personally, he was a part of the Golden Jade Race's group. Zhao Feng's actions were undoubtedly challenging the Golden Jade Race. Good sir, who are you? Why are you attacking my Golden Jade Race? Quasi-god Lin immediately called out. Shifeng showed a tinge of happiness when he saw Quasi-god Lin calling out. Although Lin didn't like him, he at least considered Shifeng as part of the Golden Jade Race. Quasi-god Lin was proud and conceited, and for his own pride and the pride of the Golden Jade Race, he would not act as a mere bystander. I have a few grudges with this person. I demand his life, Zhao Feng coldly replied. Kaboom! The golden light suddenly began to exude a searing heat, as if it had transformed into a blazing meteor. Ish! Upon activation of the ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline, Zhao Feng's speed immediately soared. What power! What a terrifying bloodline! Zhao Feng's explosion of power frightened Shifeng so badly that his face went as white as a ghost, his entire body trembling in fear. He clearly recalled that, in their last battle, Zhao Feng's bloodline was not very strong. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's speed was too quick. Shifeng could only rely on the wind intent that he was skilled in to move a small distance. Boom! Zhao Feng was swiftly at Shifeng's side. Using the sacred lightning body and the ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline, he savagely punched out. Bang! Scorching heat energy impacted directly on Shifeng's body. Aya! With a miserable scream, Shifeng's body was pulverized. Zhao Feng was direct and lethal, choosing to immediately obliterate Shifeng's fleshly body. Shifeng had not expected this, nor had the people of the Golden Jade Race around him. Kaboom! The terrifying scarlet flames set the area around Shifeng ablaze, the blistering flames immediately devouring the remains of Shifeng's body. Ish! A dark blue soul fled out from the scarlet flames. Although Zhao Feng's attack was vicious, and although the burning energy of the ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline had dealt some damage to Shifeng's soul, it was not enough to completely kill him. How could this be? Shifeng was stunned. He had never imagined that he wouldn't even be capable of blocking a single attack from Zhao Feng. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. The symbols of the Tribulation Lightning on Zhao Feng's eyes flashed, transforming into a writhing ember of Tribulation Lightning. Kakrak! A dazzling bolt of lightning exploded against Shifeng's soul. New! Shifeng's soul gave out a heart-chilling scream. The power of the Tribulation Lightning was wreaking havoc in his soul. Wherever it passed, his soul would utterly vanish. In the end, Shifeng's soul and the power of the Tribulation Lightning vanished into the air. Shifeng was dead. Not even Shifeng had expected that his death would be so abrupt, so simple. The ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline and level 1 fire intent. Not bad. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. Zhao Feng could have relied on the sacred lightning body alone to crush Shifeng. However, the explosive and blazing energy of the ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline added on to that meant that Shifeng stood absolutely no chance against Zhao Feng. Thump thump. All the members of the Golden Jade Race group could feel their hearts madly thumping. Even Quasi-god Lin, the strongest genius of the Golden Jade Race, was stunned by what just occurred. Although he could also have easily killed Shifeng, he would have never been able to do it as easily as Zhao Feng, obliterating the body in one move and extinguishing the soul with another. Kaboom! The golden-haired man stood there like a demonic god, an unbridled tyrant, his body of scarlet glass-like flames blazing with frenzied and scorching intensity. At this moment, all the members of the Golden Jade race felt like their bloodlines were burning before this man. This meant that this man's bloodline was stronger than theirs. Who are you? Why did you kill a member of my Golden Jade race? After some time, Quasi-God Di Lin focused his eyes and voiced his question. The man before him might be stronger, but this man was alone, while he had 9 members of the Golden Jade race with him, 2 of them being rank 3 true gods. Zhao Feng killing a member of the Golden Jade race right in front of them was a slap to the face of both him and the Golden Jade race. Di Lin would naturally not remain silent. This has nothing to do with your Golden Jade race. I had a grudge with him, so I took his life. Zhao Feng indifferently looked at Quasi-God Di Lin. Di Lin, just forget it. This person has an amazing talent. He's probably the disciple of some major power. Besides, Shifeng wasn't really a member of the Golden Jade race. One of the rank 3 true gods behind Di Lin sent him a message advising him to let the matter go. The golden-haired man in front of them showed not the slightest sign of fear in front of their group. This was proof that he either had an amazing background or still had more cards up his sleeve. The true god's tens of thousands of years of experience told him that it was best to just let the matter go. If Sir just kills one of the people of my Golden Jade race like this, does this not show too little regard for others? Quasi-God Di Lin coldly snorted and ignored the elder's advice. How could anyone who had a grudge with Shifeng be a genius from a major power? And if Zhao Feng was the genius of some powerful faction, he should have many experts protecting him. How could he possibly be traversing the wild ancient secret dimension alone? Besides that, Zhao Feng's cultivation was far too low. What do you plan to do then? Zhao Feng coldly replied. Zhao Feng had killed Shifeng with lightning-fast speed. If Shifeng had been allowed to reveal Zhao Feng's secrets, he would have had an even greater problem on his hands. Though this group had 9 people, Zhao Feng was fast enough that none of them would be able to catch him unless they used their trump cards. As long as you lower your head and admit your mistake, I will treat this matter like it never happened. Quasi-God Di Lin swiftly replied. Di Lin had always been the pride of his race, adored and respected by all. But Zhao Feng had ignored his entire group and swiftly executed Shifeng, leaving all of them stunned. This event left Quasi-God Di Lin extremely unhappy. But as long as Zhao Feng lowered his head to him, Zhao Feng would be essentially admitting that he was Di Lin's lesser. Scram! Zhao Feng's brows slightly rose, and his eyes exuded cold light. Quasi-God Di Lin didn't even like Shifeng, nor did he care about Shifeng's death. He just wanted to use this occasion to raise his own reputation. Swish! Zhao Feng collected the power of his bloodline to form 2 blindingly bright wings of golden light on his back and ready to leave. Stop him! Quasi-God Di Lin immediately shouted out and charged forward with the 2 rank 3 true gods in his group. Jade Light Binding! The trio immediately used the power of their intents. Swoosh swoosh! 3 golden jade belts of light, sparkling with golden jade radiance, shot toward Zhao Feng to hold him down. Seeking death! Zhao Feng harumphed in extreme displeasure. Swish! With a wave of his right hand, a black-robed man and several savage ancient beasts appeared at Zhao Feng's side. Ancient beasts that Zhao Feng would summon by themselves had the combat abilities of a rank 2 true god at the least. Bang! The beasts worked together with Zhao Wang to unleash a powerful attack that immediately destroyed the techniques used by the 3 members of the Golden Jade race. Boom! The remaining power of this attack shot straight toward Quasi-God Di Lin. Di Lin, watch out! The 2 rank 3 elders immediately moved to block the attack for Di Lin. Don't force me to kill you! Zhao Feng's gaze bored like a thorn of ice into Quasi-God Di Lin's mind. Swish! With a wave of his robe, Zhao Wang and all the other beasts disappeared. Dish! And Zhao Feng transformed into a golden light that vanished into the distance. Di Lin, I told you before, don't provoke that man, one of the elders immediately said. I didn't think that he would be a beast tamer with so many ancient beasts. Moreover, that black-robed man is also not simple. He actually managed to comprehend death intent to level 1, the other elder said with a sigh. It would be very difficult to find such a young and powerful beast tamer in the entire Gulong zone. All of you are truly trash. Quasi-god Di Lin retorted through gritted teeth. If he had been traveling with the rank 4 true gods of the race, or perhaps even the rank 5 true god Tianhua, he would have definitely been able to capture Zhao Feng. But even though he was furious, when quasi-god Di Lin recalled Zhao Feng's chilling eyes, he felt a tinge of fear. It felt like that man could take his life at any time he wished. Let's go. We should first rejoin with the main group of the Golden Jade race. Let's not miss out on that astounding treasure. When the time comes, if true god Tianhua is willing to help you, it will be easy for you to get revenge, the elder advised. He didn't stop quasi-god Di Lin from thinking about revenge, but if he wanted to get revenge, he needed to kill his foe with 100% certainty and make sure he was never troubled again. After killing Shi Feng and throwing off the Golden Jade race, Zhao Feng continued on his journey. On his journey, Zhao Feng encountered quite a few groups. There were numerous people in these groups, and they all had rank 3 true gods in them, with some of them even having rank 4 true gods. Moreover, they all seemed to share the same destination as Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng couldn't help but speed up. Several dozen days later, Zhao Feng arrived at a region of towering mountains. Zhao Feng noticed that all the nearby mountains were inhabited by various groups. In addition, the space here was extremely stable, making flight incredibly difficult. Besides that, the distant horizon was hazy and indistinct, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Zhao Feng flew straight toward a low mountain. "Master, you've come," a blue-robed old man respectfully said to him. Zhao Wan and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon were also present. Upon arrival, Zhao Feng activated the see-through ability of his god's spiritual eye and looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through the turbulent flow of space, eventually sighting a transparent palace towering in the void. Only half of this palace was visible, while the other half remained hidden in the void. Everything here is due to people from the space-time sacred land. Zhao Wan looked in the same direction as Zhao Feng and commented. Only the experts of the space-time sacred land, who were skilled in space intent, could have discovered this treasure ground hidden in the void. However, it was obvious that, even with their skills, they could not bring out the entirety of the transparent palace. Fortunately, this palace was slowly emerging from the void on its own. This transparent palace had a circumference of 10,000 li, but it was completely empty. This was because it was surrounded by terrifying spatial turbulence. Zhao Feng estimated that not even ancient god experts would dare to recklessly approach, or else they would be torn apart by the spatial turbulence. There weren't many people here at the start, but when the experts of the space-time sacred land discovered this building, they gathered all the people they could to guard the area and even prevented any outsiders from approaching. However, their actions only drew more attention to this place. Zhao Wan had been in this area the entire time, so he had a rather good understanding of the situation. He added, "Later on, the people from the heaven-devouring sacred land also arrived. I hear that the two groups even had a few clashes. Afterward, more and more groups of experts were attracted over. Even with the extreme authority of the two sacred lands, they couldn't keep all the factions out, resulting in the situation you see now." As Zhao Feng listened to Zhao Wan's report, faint ripples of golden light appeared in his eyes as he continued to focus on the transparent palace. Although the palace was transparent, each of its walls was a spatial barrier. The space within the palace was also exceptionally unstable, with many areas showing tiny spatial cracks. "It's all treasure." After observing it for a long time, Zhao Feng finally exclaimed in wonder. The palace hall was furnished with decorations that were standard for regular halls, but each of the decorations and ornaments seemed to be made of extremely precious materials. This was only the conclusion Zhao Feng had obtained through his vision. After all, he could not sense the auras of the items from here. In the central hall of this palace was an obscured item, shrouded in layers of space. Not even Zhao Feng could clearly make it out. Haha, it is truly a land of treasure that can amaze the world, but it will be far too difficult for Master to gain much from it. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon faintly chuckled, but it was also filled with a yearning for the treasures in the transparent palace. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could not see what was within the palace, but based on its experience, It was sure that this was a place full to bursting with wondrous treasures. A sufficiently large discovery inside might be able to turn one's whole life around. But the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was too weak at the moment, so it did not have very high hopes. That's not guaranteed. Treasures are obtained through the intersection of opportunity and destiny. Opportunities need to be seized on one's own, while destiny is already decided, Zhao Feng indifferently said. However, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's worries had merit. All the factions gathered here possessed terrifying strength. The strongest of them were the 2 God Realm Sacred Lands and several large 5-star powers. Any one of them could easily exterminate Zhao Feng's group. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was slightly stunned. Zhao Feng's confidence and spirit made it feel ashamed of its inferiority. If you had allowed me to come here earlier and helped me recover my strength, we might have been able to get a few things from this place. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon grumbled. It's not like you didn't get anything from this excursion, right? Zhao Feng replied, neither accepting nor denying these complaints. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was capable enough to have snatched many precious resources for itself, but it still had the nerve to complain to him. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon could be considered a great source of assistance when taking on this land of opportunities, but it was not the primary force. Swish! Zhao Feng waved his right hand, causing Zhao Wang to appear at his side. Zhao Feng and Zhao Wang then both entered the misty spatial world. I'll help you control this divine weapon. Zhao Feng took out the Staff of Death from his God-Eye dimension. If Zhao Wang could use this Death Staff, he would not only increase his power in battle in general, but at crucial moments, the staff could serve as a powerful trump card that could turn the tides. Refine it. Zhao Feng handed the staff to Zhao Wang. Bzzzzz. Zhao Feng activated his left eye, locking it onto the death staff. If it made any strange movements, Zhao Feng would immediately take the appropriate measures. Bzzz. Zhao Wang circulated the divine power of death, pouring it into the staff of death to refine. Buzz. Bzzz. The death staff naturally understood what Zhao Wang wanted to do. It immediately began to tremble as it tried to resist Zhao Wang's strength and will. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng immediately attacked it. 3 days later, Zhao Wang managed to connect himself to the death staff and brand his soul into it. The Staff of Death Curse. Zhao Wang gripped the death staff, and his entire body was engulfed by a sinister black fog that would occasionally shriek with the wails of ghosts. Zhao Feng sensed that the aura of Zhao Wang's body had soared. His entire body was shrouded in a black fog, and his face was demonic and sinister, like some revered warlock or god of death. The very sight of him would inspire fear. The Staff of Death Curse, that's its name? Zhao Feng's heart trembled. From the name, one could see that this staff not only contained death intent, but the even more profound and mysterious curse intent. I'll give this God-sealing stone to you. When not using this divine weapon, use the God-sealing stone to suppress it. Zhao Feng took out the largest chunk of the God-sealing stone and gave it to Zhao Wang. Although Zhao Wang had already refined the Staff of Death Curse, the Staff of Death Curse was now invisibly contaminating and corroding Zhao Wang's personality and rationality. If not for the fact that the Staff of Death Curse was extremely weak, Zhao Wang might have turned completely evil while refining it, with Zhao Wang's entire body falling under the Staff of Death Curse's control. Zhao Wang took the chunk of God-sealing stone and placed it on the Staff of Death Curse. He immediately felt the evil thoughts in his mind weaken, and his heart grew cold in fear. Thud! Zhao Wang swiftly seated himself cross-legged on the ground, both to dispel these evil thoughts and also to cultivate using the Staff of Death Curse. Swish! Zhao Feng left Zhao Wang in the misty spatial world. If the Staff of Death Curse wants to corrupt Zhao Wang, it won't be that easy. A faint smile formed on Zhao Feng's face. The souls of Zhao Feng's 3 clones were all connected to him, the original body. If anything happened to Zhao Wang's soul, Zhao Feng and the other clones would immediately notice. If the Staff of Death Curse wanted to completely corrode Zhao Wang's will, it would have to do the same to Zhao Feng and the other clones as well. I should also break through now. Zhao Feng seated himself cross-legged in a cave. There were far too many experts gathered around this land of treasure. Only by breaking into the demigod level would Zhao Feng have a chance to vie with them for these treasures. Otherwise, he would just be cannon fodder. Zhao Feng released the energy of his little world to shroud him, and only then did he take out his precious resources and begin to cultivate. If one looked carefully, one would realize that many people were cultivating on this mountain range. Everyone had realized that this was no ordinary treasure ground. Otherwise, the experts from two God Realm sacred lands would not be standing guard around it. In a place with such valuable treasures, only the strong had a chance of getting their hands on anything. Moreover, this long and unbroken mountain range was suffused in the power of space intent, making it an ideal place for understanding the mysteries of space. On the mountain closest to the transparent palace, nearly 20 experts were seated cross-legged, each of them possessing powerful auras and unusual bearings. Buzz, bzzz. Spatial ripples could be seen on all their bodies. In front of these nearly 20 people was a white-haired youth. The ripples of space intent on his body were the strongest and most obvious. Bzzz. At some point, a dark silver eye of void had condensed behind the youth's back. Suddenly, the white-haired youth opened his own dark silver eyes, and the eye of void behind him seemed to solidify, exuding a silvery luster. The deep pupil had so many layers that it seemed to lead to an infinite dimension. Quasi-God Kong Yuan, your space intent has reached level 4. You should be able to see inside that palace hall a little. An elder with a very deep and reserved aura spoke out from behind the white-haired youth. Level 4 space intent. All the other experts were stunned by these words. To have already reached level 4 space intent at only the quasi-god level, Quasi-God Kong Yuan was the only member of the Spacetime Sacred Land's new generation to have reached this level. I see a little. There's treasure everywhere, and it's mostly space-type treasure. Quasi-God Kong Yuan's silver eyes roamed here and there. The people around him were all ecstatic at this news. Elsewhere, on a steep mountain not far away was another group of nearly 20 people. These people were taller and larger, and some of them had strange black tattoos on their faces. I didn't think that Quasi-God Kong Yuan's space intent had already reached level 4, a middle-aged man said in shock. Space intent was an intent that any expert would try to cultivate. Anyone who had a mastery of this intent could use instant movement, spatial leap, and other such skills. Whether it was for escape, pursuit, or urgent travel, it was an incredibly useful intent. It's rumored that Quasi-God Kong Yuan's eye of spacetime bloodline is extremely pure. He's even obtained pointers from the spacetime god. Another quasi-god from the heaven-devouring sacred land said, even if that's the case, he's still no match for me. An icy and savage voice spoke, one that seemingly feared nothing. It was as if these words were said specifically so that Quasi-God Kong Yuan could hear them. None of the people present retorted. This was because the person who said these words was Quasi-God Heaven Swallower, the proud quasi-god genius of the heaven-devouring sacred land. That's obvious. Space intent is just used for travel. How could it compare to Senior's devouring intent? A youth immediately began to flatter Heaven Swallower. Suddenly, quasi-god Heaven Swallower sensed something and turned toward a certain direction. The experts of the spacetime sacred land also noticed something. Kaboom! The clouds in the distance roiled as an enormous warship 100 zhang long flew over like a bolt of lightning. At the front of the warship stood a scholarly youth, who gently smiled into the wind. What's that? What a large warship! Which faction is that? Many of the experts on the mountains were alarmed and shocked by this enormous warship. As expected of someone from the Tianyun sacred land, he truly has some style. Quasi-god Heaven Swallower stood up, his eyes flashing as he stared at the dark yellow warship. The Tianyun sacred land was a sacred land that was established rather late in the ancient desolate realm of gods. Although its reputation was not on par with the other sacred lands, it could not be ignored. Tianyun's sacred land, Quasi-God Sikong. Quasi-God Kong Yuan indifferently said, compared to Quasi-God Heaven Swallower, he was more interested in Quasi-God Sikong. It's only because I was afraid of being late that I used this method of transportation. If I come back with nothing, I really wouldn't know what to say to Master. Quasi-God Sikong gave a smile and a nod. His every movement relaxed and gentle, completely unlike the prodigies of the other two sacred lands. At the same time, on a certain lower mountain, the little world in which Zhao Feng resided suddenly began to explode with golden lightning and faint ripples of dreadful divine power. Master is on the verge of breaking through, the blue-clothed elder rejoiced. With this breakthrough, Zhao Feng could now be considered a quasi-god, though it was hard to say what rank of true god his strength would compare to. In front of Zhao Feng, many precious metal-type cultivating resources were floating. If not for the fact that Zhao Feng's little world was concealing them, any expert who saw these resources would probably try to take them for themselves. Bzzzzz. Zhao Feng absorbed the medicinal energy in these materials and allowed them to circulate through his sacred power, pouring them into the whirlpool of sacred light. At a certain moment, the golden-colored region of the Zhao Feng's five-colored sacred power whirlpool began to shine with dazzling radiance. Boom! Hiss! The metal of wind lightning around Zhao Feng also began to shine, the radiance so brilliant that some of it leaked out of the little world to light up the outside world. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many experts on the surrounding mountains. But when they saw that Zhao Feng was only breaking into the demigod realm, they ignored it. Zhao Feng truly was causing quite a stir as he broke into the demigod level. But would a single demigod be of any use in a place like this? Whoosh! The golden lightning slowly faded away, and the shroud of the little world around Zhao Feng also began to dispel. Quasi-God Kong Yuan, Quasi-God Heaven Swallower, Quasi-God Sikong. As Zhao Feng opened up his bright eyes, he softly muttered these three names. Although he was busy cultivating, he had split off a part of his mind to keep watch on his surroundings. They truly deserve their reputations as prodigies of God Realm sacred lands. Zhao Feng emotionally sighed. God Realm sacred lands were godlike existences that resided above five-star powers. Each one of these three sacred lands had far more resources and far more strength than Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng could safely assume that, if any one of them tried to break into the heavenly divine realm, they would become a rank for true god. Some people, because they were unable to make any further progress, would break into the heavenly divine realm and become rank 1 true gods. They would then slowly begin to make their way up the ranks. But in the end, they would find it very difficult to climb over the threshold and become ancient gods. However, these prodigies could directly become rank for true gods, raising the probability that they could advance to become ancient gods. This was the gap in talent. This was also why so many people chose to suppress their cultivation and accumulate resources instead of directly challenging the heavenly divine realm. The gap between us is still very large, but I only reached the demigod level just now. I still have a lot of room to grow. An indomitable resolve appeared in Zhao Feng's heart. These three geniuses of the God Realm sacred lands were all Zhao Feng's targets. If it was possible, Zhao Feng wanted to surpass them. Congratulations, Master, for advancing another step in cultivation and becoming a quasi-god. The blue-clothed elder smiled and respectfully said, with Zhao Feng's strength, he only needed to break into the demigod level to be called a quasi-god. Haha, you just reached the demigod level and dare to call yourself a quasi-god? A young quasi-god on the peak of the mountain where Zhao Feng was at gave an arrogant laugh. In comparison to all the other factions here, Zhao Feng's group consisted of only 4 people and could be considered the weakest group. Zhao Feng's gaze turned toward the faction on the summit. This faction had only 9 people with only 1 rank for true god, making it one of the weakest factions in this place. At this moment, another group arrived in the area. Leading this group was quasi-god Di Lin, whose cold and ruthless eyes were fixed on Zhao Feng. This time, though, quasi-god Di Lin did not act rashly. Back then, Zhao Feng alone had given his group a bruising, and now he had 3 more people at his side. However, Quasi-God Di Lin still gave a malicious smile as if he was saying, "Just wait." Quasi-God Di Lin flew straight toward the main group of the Golden Jade race. True God Tianhua, on our way here, one member of our group was killed by that golden-haired brat. Quasi-God Di Lin stood before True God Tianhua and said with a faint smile, True God Tianhua was the only rank 5 true god the Golden Jade race had in this secret dimension. Even though quasi-god Di Lin had a respected status, he acted a little more restrained in front of Tianhua. Humph, you would have me, a rank 5 true god, go and deal with a junior who just broke into the demigod level? True god Tianhua angrily harumphed. If he really did go and kill Xiaofeng, he would only attract the ridicule of all the surrounding factions. The 5 of you, deal with them. True god Tianhua sighed and spoke to 5 rank 3 true gods at his side. In Zhao Feng's group of 4, there was only 1 rank 3 true god, while 1 was a rank 2 true god, and the remaining 2 were demigods. 5 rank 3 true gods against them was a little overboard. But since Zhao Feng had succeeded in killing a member of the Golden Jade race and leaving unharmed, he was definitely no ordinary person. True god Tianhua wished to be certain, so he dispatched 5 rank 3 true gods. Yes, the 5 members of the Golden Jade race immediately headed for the mountain where Xiaofeng resided. Brat! Just wait for death. Quasi-god Di Lin gave a sinister smile. On the mountain where Xiaofeng was, the youth that just jeered at Xiaofeng a moment ago once more ridiculed. It seems like none of you will even have a chance to experience the treasures of this place. Master, what do we do? The blue-clothed elder's face was fraught with worry. Let's go. Xiaofeng condensed 2 wings of golden light on his back and began to flee. Ha ha! Master, up to your tricks again. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon gave a crafty smile. However, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon also liked to play dirty. Its Destruction Dragon race bloodline could not be exposed before this many people. Whoosh! 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 The 3 members of Zhao Feng's group quickly followed him. After them. Kill them all! One of the Golden Jade race true gods yelled. They were 5 rank 3 true gods. If they allowed their opponent to flee right in front of them, they wouldn't have the face to go back. Swish! The Golden Jade race true gods pursued. In Zhao Feng's group, Zhao Feng was the fastest. Then it was Zhao Wan and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. It was actually the blue-clothed elder, the rank 3 true god, who was the slowest. What's going on? The ones with the weakest cultivations are actually the fastest. One of the Golden Jade race true gods furiously cursed. Their group of 5 could only catch up to the blue-clothed elder. They were completely incapable of catching the other 3. But suddenly Zhao Feng's fleeing group stopped. Kill! The Golden Jade race naturally would not let this opportunity pass by and attacked straight away. 3 true gods attacked Zhao Feng, Zhao Wan, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, while the remaining 2 true gods attacked the blue-clothed elder. The blue-clothed elder couldn't help but give a helpless sigh. The people around his master all liked to play as pigs to eat tigers. His strength was far weaker than the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's, and even Zhao Feng was probably equal to him now after the breakthrough. In fact, Zhao Feng was definitely stronger if he used all the resources available to him. Brat! Was it you who killed a member of my Golden Jade race? One of the rank 3 true gods gazed down upon Zhao Feng, a slight tinge of anger on his face. You talk a lot of nonsense. Zhao Feng snorted as he circulated the sacred lightning body and activated the ancient blood devil Sunday Kaboom. Zhao Feng's body suddenly grew and began to exude golden lightning. He was then covered by a layer of scarlet sunlight. It seemed like he had changed into a completely different person. The rank 3 true gods standing before him grimaced. He understood that this person was not simple. Boom! Bang! In a flash of scarlet lightning, Zhao Feng shot toward this true god. Now that he was at the demigod level, Zhao Feng wanted to see if he could fight a rank 3 true god. Jade Law's Golden Light. The rank 3 true god activated his Golden Jade race bloodline, his 2 hands waving in the air, instantly producing countless Golden Jade runes. BZZZ. Delish. These Golden Jade runes formed a vortex that went to confront Zhao Feng. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. An enormous palm made of scarlet lightning crashed into the Golden Jade vortex. Boom! More than half of the vortex was immediately destroyed, with the remainder burned into nothing by golden flames of annihilation. This was the special attribute of the ancient Blood Devil Sun's flames, and it was also one of the strong points of level 1 fire intent. After becoming a demigod, I can already contend directly against rank 3 true gods. Zhao Feng was inwardly a little happy. Zhao Feng still remembered that, when he was fighting true god Guixia, he found it hard to receive even a single move. He was only able to rely on his divine weapon and the god eye duplication to block the attacks. In his few months in the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng had grown to a level where he could fight directly with rank 3 true gods. Boom! Bang! Zhao Feng lunged forward, attacking the rank 3 true god from another angle. This brat's fire intent has reached level 1. The rank 3 true god was astonished. Moreover, he could sense that Zhao Feng's bloodline was apparently stronger than his, and his body-strengthening technique was more profound. If he hadn't reached level 1 metal intent for so long, he would be no match for Zhao Feng. Boom! Bang! Thump! After a few exchanges, the Golden Jade Race rank 3 true god realized that he could not do anything to Zhao Feng. Elsewhere, the blue-clothed elder was being suppressed by the 2 rank 3 true gods, and Zhao Wan was also slightly disadvantaged versus his 1 rank 3 true god. However, the rank 2 true god black-scaled man possessed the profound destruction intent. His attacks were fierce and tyrannical, and he was able to completely suppress the Golden Jade Race true god. Damn! Killing this pile of trash actually requires so much effort. The rank 3 true god turned slightly furious as he produced a golden fan. Jade Incineration. With a wave of the fan, he created a dazzling golden storm that swept toward Zhao Feng with a momentum that could destroy everything. Cling! Crack! As the golden storm surged through the world, one could hear crinkling and cracking, as if innumerable jade objects were being shattered. Since you've taken out a divine weapon, let's bring this battle to an end. Zhao Feng's face turned cold. He was only fighting with the rank 3 true god honestly because he wanted to test his strength after breaking through. Swish! Zhao Feng used his metal lightning radiance wings to dodge this attack. Swish! He waved a single hand, causing enormous figures to appear in the surroundings, each one exuding an incredible ancient Yao Qi. You're a beast tamer. The rank 3 true god was struck dumb. The Golden Jade Race originally held the advantage, but when Zhao Feng released so many pets, even though they were not individually very strong, they were enough to alter the course of this battle. Kill! Zhao Feng ordered. Destruction Dragon Breath. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon immediately activated the power of its bloodline, circulating the energy of destruction through its body. Myriad Forms Dimension. Zhao Wan immediately used his trump card, unleashing the Myriad Forms Dimension and trapping the rank 3 true god within it. Awoo! The horde of beasts surrounded the 2 true gods that were attacking the blue-clothed elder. Jade Incineration. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a simple as his left eye began to exude a powerful eye intent. Kaboom! A dazzling golden storm proceeded with unstoppable momentum toward the rank 3 true god in front of Zhao Feng. When his opponent had used this move, Zhao Feng silently duplicated it, biding his time and energy until he could unleash it. How could this be? That's my technique. The rank 3 true god's entire body was frozen in shock. Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame. Zhao Feng immediately followed up with his own eye bloodline technique. Kakrak. The Tribulation Lightning Eye Flame's power struck first, exploding directly against the rank 3 true god's soul, and preventing him from fighting normally. Boom! After that, Zhao Feng's duplicated Jade Incineration began to madly grind at the rank 3 true god. Elsewhere, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had already killed his rank 3 true god. Zhao Wan was able to rely on the Myriad Forms Dimension and the Eye of Myriad Forms to reach a stalemate with his rank 3 true god, and the blue-clothed elder and the ancient beasts managed to force the last 2 rank 3 true gods into dire straits. On a certain mountain, true god Tianhua was seated cross-legged in cultivation. Even though he was a rank 5 true god, he did not dare act carelessly around a treasure ground like this. Suddenly, he took out a message token and then paled in shock, a roar of fury breaking from his lips. This bunch of good-for-nothings! Follow me! True god Tianhua stood up, his face exuding righteous fury as he led all the members of the Golden Jade Race like a furious flood. The furious departure of the Golden Jade Race elicited the notice of the other factions in the mountain range. For all the members of the Golden Jade race to head in the same direction at such a critical juncture was very confusing. Didn't the Golden Jade race send 5 people to chase that small group a few moments ago? Why are all of them going now? On the summit of the mountain that Zhao Feng's group stayed on earlier, the youth who jeered at Zhao Feng twice was quite surprised. "Shut your mouth. No one nice comes to this place." At this moment, the rank 4 true god of the youth's group angrily rebuked him. "True god Tianhua, what happened?" Quasi-god Di Lin curiously asked. True god Tianhua had received a message and then immediately took everyone with him. But no one else knew what happened. "Shut your mouth. You really talk too much." True god Tianhua gave Di Lin a furious glare as he rudely rebuked him. Seeing True god Tianhua's rage, none of the other members of the Golden Jade race dared to say a word. They quickly understood why True god Tianhua was so furious. "Save me!" A weak, dark gold soul flew toward them. Crack! A dreadful bolt of tribulation lightning struck the soul, utterly annihilating it. The Golden Jade race group looked on in stupefaction, not expecting for this to be the first thing they saw. "If you had come a little faster, you might have been able to save him." At this moment, Zhao Feng's leisurely and contented voice rang out in their ears. Stunned, the Golden Jade race members trembled, the invisible rage around them almost causing their surroundings to freeze. "Zhao Feng, you dare to kill a member of my Golden Jade race?" Quasi-god Di Lin grimaced and roared back. Zhao Feng coldly glanced at Quasi-god Di Lin. Was this person an idiot? He had already done the killing, but this person still chose to make such a dumb comment? "True god Tianhua, save me." The voice of a Golden Jade race true god came from behind Zhao Feng. At this moment, only 3 true gods remained of the 5 that were sent after Zhao Feng's group. They were surrounded by the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, the Blue-Clothed Elder, and the many ancient beasts. "You are seeking death." True god Tianhua angrily stared at Zhao Feng and warned. He could clearly see that Zhao Feng was capable of killing all 3 true gods. However, he purposely trapped the trio to bring over the rest of the Golden Jade race's group. This was the first time he had ever seen such a reckless youth. True god Tianhua is truly devoted to righteousness, casting aside the lives of his fellow clansmen to kill me. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile. These words immediately made the trapped true gods shiver as if they had been dropped into an icebox. The other members of the Golden Jade race also became apprehensive. If true god Tianhua didn't even care about the fates of these 3 rank 3 true gods, then in the upcoming struggle for treasure, he definitely wouldn't care about their lives. True god Tianhua's eyes seethed with killing intent. Zhao Feng was attempting to sow discord between him and the rest of his group. As a rank 5 true god, Tianhua naturally cared little for these lower-ranked true gods. However, there were too many opponents backed by powerful factions involved in this battle for treasure. He needed the strength of his brethren, and perhaps even needed to use their lives to pave the road for him. Since this is the case, let me invite my friend hidden in the shadows to lend me a hand. Zhao Feng turned his head, his gaze shooting toward the depths of an ancient forest. This brat still has more helpers? True god Tianhua's eyes were as gloomy as stagnant water. Deep within the forest, a purple-blue flame flickered, and a girl dressed in a gown of the same colors slowly emerged. He actually noticed me. Little Ling was a little angry. She originally came to this place to seek out information regarding the treasure when she suddenly sensed a familiar fire energy. Upon tracing this energy back, she discovered Zhao Feng. Thus, Little Ling hid herself. Once the 5 true gods of the Golden Jade race and Zhao Feng's group finished battling each other, she planned to attack Zhao Feng and take back the tail feathers of the phoenix-tailed bird ancestor. However, she hadn't expected Zhao Feng's group to be powerful enough to defeat a group of 5 rank 3 true gods. As a result, she continued to remain in hiding, whereupon the rest of the Golden Jade race group showed up. This group was extremely powerful and even had a rank 5 true god in its ranks. Little Ling was even worried that Zhao Feng would end up being killed by the rank 5 true god. But suddenly, Zhao Feng exposed her hiding place. In that case, I'll work with him to fight this enemy, make a good impression, and then wait for my chance to take back the tail feathers. Little Ling's lips slightly perked in satisfaction at this plan. Whoosh! In a flash of purple-blue flame, a beautiful girl landed by Zhao Feng's side. I didn't think Master would have even more helpers. The blue-clothed elder was flabbergasted. How beautiful! Both sides of this conflict were instantly entranced by the girl's beauty and demeanor, and the tense air immediately vanished into nothing. Humph! Little Ling gave a coquettish snort. After shooting a glare at Zhao Feng, she turned her eyes toward the Golden Jade race group. Rank 4 True God. True God Tianhua's expression sank. Zhao Feng's group and his many pets already made for a formidable fighting force. And now, he even had a rank 4 True God on his side. On the Golden Jade race's side, other than the rank 5 True God Tianhua, the rest of the group consisted of rank 2 and 3 True Gods and Quasi-Gods. If it really came down to it, the Golden Jade race still had a higher chance of winning, but even if they did win, the group would suffer terrible casualties. They would no longer have the ability to compete for any of the treasures. True God Tianhua, I trust that you are a sensible man who wouldn't let the entire Golden Jade race suffer because of a single good-for-nothing. Zhao Feng shot a glance at Quasi-God Di Lin. Good-for-nothing? Quasi-God Di Lin's entire body trembled, his fists clenching, his nails digging in so hard that they drew blood. During his entire path of cultivation, no one had ever called him a good-for-nothing. What you say is reasonable. As long as you release the 3 True Gods of my Golden Jade race, I will forget this matter. True God Tianhua's expression relaxed a tiny bit. The treasure ground was about to open. He could not undermine his own forces with the moment so close. Moreover, he would have plenty of time to deal with Zhao Feng once the struggle for treasure began. I trust that True God Tianhua is a man who keeps his word and would not deceive a junior. Zhao Feng smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and the others released the 3 True Gods. Let's go! True God Tianhua swept a ruthless gaze over the 3 True Gods as he sternly ordered. Swoosh swoosh! True God Tianhua led his group away. My gratitude for the assistance, young lady. This Zhao's gratitude is immeasurable. Zhao Feng turned toward Little Ling with a warm and amiable smile. Zhao Feng had long ago noticed the hiding Little Ling. If young lady is willing, we can work together and vie for the treasures of that treasure ground. Zhao Feng took the initiative to offer an invitation. He had forced Little Ling out in the first place in order to borrow her strength. Little Ling was caught a little off guard. She had been preparing to speak up and offer to join Zhao Feng's team, so she wasn't ready for Zhao Feng's invitation. This made her feel like Zhao Feng had seen through her plans. I've been following him in the shadows this entire time. He can't possibly know what my real goal is. Little Ling thought to herself as she hesitated. Okay, I'm also very interested in that treasure ground. Little Ling's eyes flashed with resolve as she agreed. On the side, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was dumbfounded. Not even it understood why this suddenly appeared girl would decide to help Zhao Feng, even joining Zhao Feng's group. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Feng's group followed the Golden Jade race group in returning to that long mountain range. In the nearby mountains, many experts were left astonished by what they saw. They all knew that a conflict had arisen between the Golden Jade race and Zhao Feng, and they just saw that rank 5 True God of the Golden Jade race storm off in a fury. But now, the two groups were returning, one right after the other. This was a truly bizarre sight. However, the careful observer would notice that only 3 of the initial 5 rank 3 True Gods had returned from pursuing Zhao Feng's group. In addition, Zhao Feng's group now had a beautiful girl with an almost perfect appearance. Good sir, please do not take offense for the mindless blabbering of my race's youth. At this moment, the rank 4 True God on the mountain where Zhao Feng's group was staying took the initiative and offered an apology. When the young quasi-god and his group jeered at Zhao Feng twice, he had ignored it, but now that Zhao Feng made the Golden Jade race taste defeat and had a rank 4 True God on his side, he felt compelled to speak. After this apology, the rank 4 True God led his group away from the mountain. This one is Zhao Feng. It is an absolute pleasure to work with milady. Zhao Feng warmly smiled. Little Ling gave a gentle smile of her own, and was prepared to engage a few pleasantries of her own, when she was struck dumb by Zhao Feng's next words. "Milady, have you come to take back the phoenix-tailed bird's tail feathers?" Zhao Feng looked at Little Ling as if he could see all her secrets. "You knew." Little Ling was reeling from shock. Since Zhao Feng knew her goal, why did he invite her to join his team? Little Ling felt like the situation was entirely under Zhao Feng's control. "Milady has been following me from the moment I left Phoenix Forest. To be spied on by such a beautiful lady, this one feels a little embarrassed," Zhao Feng shamelessly said. "What do you plan to do?" Little Ling's face turned gloomy. A hint of killing intent twinkled in her eyes. "Milady, don't get excited. Take care to not expose your identity." Zhao Feng spoke with a composed expression. The killing intent in Little Ling's eyes vanished, and she looked at Zhao Feng and clenched her teeth. This place was packed with experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods. If her identity was exposed, everyone here would have a reason to attack her. This one only wishes to cooperate with Milady. By assisting me, Milady will also stand to gain. Once this matter is concluded, I can return the tail feathers to you, Zhao Feng earnestly said. The bloodline power, origin flame, and medicinal energy of the tail feathers had already been absorbed by Zhao Feng. It meant nothing to him to return them. Little Ling stared at Zhao Feng, feeling suffocated and oppressed. She felt like she had fallen into a trap. "Okay." Little Ling thought for a while before agreeing. If she refused, she didn't even know if she would be able to safely leave this area. Meanwhile, agreeing to Zhao Feng's request only posed a little risk with few other disadvantages. Bzzz. At this moment, the transparent palace on the horizon unleashed an enormous spatial storm. 2/3 of the palace hall were now exposed. These spatial ripples. Two large and stocky figures, enormous members of an ancient race with dragon heads, deer horns, and bodies covered all over in black scales, stopped in the air. "You come here. What's happened up ahead?" One of them, a black flame Qilin, angrily looked down at an ancient beast below. A large number of humans have discovered a treasure ground hidden in a spatial dimension. At present, this treasure ground is about to emerge. This ancient beast threw its body against the ground, its entire body trembling in fear. As an ancient beast, it had never encountered a species with such a powerful bloodline before. "Young master, there are many humans there. It is best if we do not involve ourselves in this matter." The other Qilin, an enormous red one with a restrained aura, softly advised. "Hey, you're a rank 7 ancient god. With you here, those humans are nothing." The black flame Qilin's eyes twinkled with a fierce light. There were 9 ranks to true gods. Rank 1 to rank 6 were called true gods. But this red Qilin was an ancient god, residing above rank 6. "Even if I'm willing to help you, with the strength on our side, it will be hard to contend with all these factions." Little Ling did not mince words as she scanned the surrounding mountains. "You don't need to worry about that." Zhao Feng's answer was just as frank. "I'm thinking about my own life here." Little Ling shot Zhao Feng a vicious glare and then added, "Let me tell you, you aren't the only people after this palace. Many ancient species are also hiding around this mountain range." The appearance of this palace created a great ruckus. It was naturally not just the humans that had come to this place. The ancient species nearby were no match for all these humans in a direct confrontation, so they chose to conceal themselves and wait for the right moment. "I know," Zhao Feng simply replied. From Zhao Feng's point of view, the messier the situation, the better. This would make it easier for him to get in through the gaps. The ever-composed Zhao Feng left Little Ling incensed. Was there nothing that could make this man shocked or panicked? "Just stay here and wait for my instructions. Do whatever I tell you." Zhao Feng looked at Little Ling and seriously said. Little Ling was not Zhao Feng's servant, so Zhao Feng could not strictly bind her movements. "What about you?" Little Ling suddenly thought of something and asked. "I, naturally, am responsible for commanding all of you," Zhao Feng said with absolute confidence. "What? You're having us take the risks while you just hide?" Little Ling's round eyes went wide. She had nothing but contempt for Zhao Feng's behavior. She glanced at Zhao Wan, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and the blue-clothed Elder. These three were all weaker than she was, but she had observed the battle earlier. She knew that the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's bloodline was terrifying and high-level, while Zhao Wan was the inheritor of the Eye of Myriad Forms. Little Ling was baffled as to why such talented people would follow Zhao Feng's orders. Enough with the chatter. We still have some time left to increase our strength and mentally prepare ourselves. Zhao Feng was a little speechless. This beauty really had a lot of questions. The blue-clothed elder released the power of his little world, took out a lightning whip, and began to refine it. He had his own divine weapon, but this one suited him more. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon also began to cultivate in its own little world, raising its strength. The stronger it was, the greater its chances of getting a little of the treasure for itself. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng attempted to comprehend the space intent in the air. Space intent was an intent that any expert would try to cultivate. Anyone who had a mastery of this intent could use instant movement, spatial leap, and other such skills. Whether it was for escape, pursuit, or urgent travel, it was an incredibly useful intent. Of course, besides these skills, space intent could also serve as an aggressive skill, its primary advantage being its ability to ignore distance to catch opponents off guard. My God, spiritual I came with the ability to use the power of space. Comprehending space intent shouldn't be hard, Zhao Feng muttered to himself. Last time, Zhao Feng had been too careless and was almost killed by that true God expert who had comprehended space intent. This experience made Zhao Feng place extreme value on space intent. Bzzzzz. Zhao Feng's left eye was suddenly covered in a layer of faint golden ripples. Suddenly, the world before Zhao Feng transformed into one made of tiny golden grains, with the spatial ripples formed of space intent clearly reflected in Zhao Feng's mind. On the mountain occupied by the space-time sacred land, two figures noticed something strange, their eyes twinkling. One of them was quasi-god Kong Yuan, and the other was a rank 5 true god of the space-time sacred land. Both of them possessed the eye of space-time. What a strange feeling, quasi-god Kong Yuan murmured to himself. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was being spied on by someone, which caused a slight ripple to appear in his eye of space-time. There might be another inheritor of a powerful god eye among these people, the elder lightly said. Nothing but geniuses and elites had gathered in the wild ancient secret dimension, so it would not be strange at all if an inheritor of a god eye had appeared here. Who? The world was filled with the sound of the enormous spatial storm. Bzzzzz. Boom! Suddenly, a small portion of the concealed transparent palace surged outward. Boom! The enormous crack in space unleashed a dreadful spatial storm. Since everyone had been maintaining their distance, many of the people were only lightly struck by these winds. But this was enough to tear open bloody wounds in their bodies. Some others could feel the terrifying spatial forces sucking them in and immediately withdrew. Whew! The enormous spatial crack slowly began to close, and the spatial turbulence began to weaken. The treasure ground is about to appear. At this moment, all the nearby experts stood up, their hearts thumping in their chests as they stared at the transparent palace in the air. As the spatial storm weakened, the insides of the palace began to reveal themselves to the crowd. Treasure. It's all treasure. Everyone leaned forward in excitement. This half-transparent palace is built in a style that's extremely similar to the buildings of the space-time sacred land. The prodigious quasi-god of the Tianyun sacred land, quasi-god Sikong, had a very calm expression. Could it be a former residence of the Lord God? One of the true gods of the space-time sacred land gasped in shock, reverence on his face. It was rumored that the space-time god lived in cracks within space, comprehending space-time intent in the turbulence of the void. This palace hall might have been the residence of a space-time god that lived hundreds of millions of years ago. The objects might have started out as ordinary objects, but because the space-time god had lived there, they were contaminated by space intent or time intent, their quality rising to divine levels. Whew! The transparent palace floated in the air, unleashing dreadful spatial ripples. Even the people from the space-time sacred land did not dare to recklessly approach. The spatial ripples around the palace are too terrifying. The slightest lack of care could result in being torn to pieces by spatial cracks. One of the space-time sacred land experts said in shock. The others silently observed the situation. Although the treasure ground had appeared, no one dared to approach, much less enter. On the mountain where Zhao Feng's group was located, swish! Zhao Wang emerged from the misty spatial world, his cold and sinister eyes seething with death energy as they looked up at the sky. Meow! The little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder, tossing out an ancient bronze coin as it looked up with profound eyes at the transparent palace. He has even more helpers. Little Ling was somewhat taken aback. Although Zhao Wang did not have a high cultivation, the death intent on him was far too terrifying. Just getting a little too close would make one feel like one's vitality was fading away. As for the little thieving cat, its aura was extremely strange. It was definitely not an ordinary being, but little Ling couldn't tell exactly what was so strange about it. Who? All the experts began to subconsciously float upward, all for the sake of sensing the treasures within the palace. Go, let's take a look, quasi-god Kong Yuan suddenly said. Swish! 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 The space-time sacred land experts shot forward, getting closer to the transparent palace. However, they still did not dare to enter. Hurry and follow the people from the space-time sacred land. The groups from the heaven-devouring sacred land and Tianyun sacred land immediately followed. They could tell that this palace was possibly related to the space-time sacred land. They could not rule out the space-time sacred land having some special method of entering the palace. Who? All the other experts also advanced. Damn! This palace is packed with spatial cracks and surrounded by spatial storms. It's impossible to get close. A young quasi-god cursed. But at this moment, an object dropped from the transparent palace. It was a white teacup, but its surface was covered by a ripple of space intent. Treasure dropped down. Get it? No one expected for treasure to appear in this fashion. No one could enter the transparent palace, but the items within the palace were being carried out by the spatial turbulence. Swish! 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 The people from the space-time sacred land were the first to act. Suddenly, the teacup unleashed a powerful spatial ripple. Ugh! Ah! The experts who had approached the white teacup were jolted back, shocked expressions on their faces as they vomited blood. Ha ha! Only the rank 5 true god from the space-time sacred land, his body humming with powerful ripples of space intent, managed to reach the teacup's side. I can't take it into my interspatial dimension. The rank 5 true god frowned. The space intent ripples on the teacup were too intense, and his interspatial dimension was not of high enough quality to receive it. There was still another method, which was to refine the teacup. Once it was refined, it would be easy to place it in an interspatial dimension, but a long time was needed to refine a divine weapon. Put down that treasure. Experts of the heaven-devouring sacred land converged on the true god from several directions. The Tianyun sacred land experts were not too far behind. Boom! Bang! Thump! For the sake of a teacup, the experts of the 3 sacred lands engaged in an intense conflict. Terrifying storms of energy swept through the world, causing the experts of the other factions to look on in dread. To be expected of people from the god realm sacred lands. They're all incredibly powerful. Even while all those people are fighting, that teacup is still unharmed. Countless experts observed the battle between the 3 god realm sacred lands as they slowly approached. They were still apprehensive, and none of them dared to be the first to strike. But suddenly, several more objects dropped down from the sky. The descent of each object incited a struggle between many factions. However, to everyone's vexation, these objects could not be brought into interspatial dimensions. The people from the 3 god realm sacred lands grimaced. This excessively chaotic situation was exactly what they didn't want to see. Swish! Swish! The people from the 2 other sacred lands immediately left to fight for the other objects. The 6 of you go for the comb to the northwest. Listen to my orders, and don't act carelessly. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, Little Ling, and the others suddenly heard Zhao Feng's voice. Little Ling turned her head and noticed that Zhao Feng had vanished. "Let's go!" The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon called out and took off. At this time, 3 other races were battling over the comb. Squelch! The dark yellow comb unleashed a spatial thorn that happened to pierce a rank 2 true god through his chest, ending his life. How scary! The 3 races battling over the comb were all shocked. This seemingly ordinary comb was actually an offensive-type spatial divine weapon. With its offensive power, it managed to kill a rank 2 true god. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and the others entered the fray, assisting the weakest party in weakening the fighting power of the other parties. 200,000 li from this area, deep underground, Zhao Feng's left eye was twinkling with a golden luster, seeing through all and taking in the entire situation. Zhao Feng hoped that the struggle for treasure would be chaotic, but he had never imagined that it would be this chaotic. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's origin dimension and the little thieving cat's stomach should be able to hold these objects, Zhao Feng surmised. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had an extremely noble bloodline and had been a rank 6 true god in its prime, so its origin dimension was extremely high level. As for the little thieving cat, it was a mutant, its stomach a bottomless hole that could swallow anything. Why haven't the ancient races hidden in the surroundings moved yet? The realization of this problem left Zhao Feng surprised. The heavens and earth rumbled as countless intent attacks created a display of breathtaking beauty. Several hundred experts with true god levels of strength were engaged in combat, their terrifying clashes flattening nearby mountains. At present, 7 treasures had fallen from the transparent palace. The white teacup had already been obtained by someone from the space-time sacred land. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group was fighting over the comb, where the conflict was less intense since the number of factions struggling over it was smaller. Swoosh! The dark yellow comb would occasionally release several spatial thorns, which would pierce through the air at rapid speeds. However, the experts involved in this battle were now prepared for this and could evade these thorns. If we manage to get this comb, our fighting power will receive a big boost. This will be a major boon in the upcoming struggles. A rank 5 true god with black skin and red eyes of blazing fire said, his face suffused with greed. The attacks the comb launched on its own could easily kill a rank 2 true god, so if it could be refined, it would be able to exhibit even greater power. Keep dreaming! Another group fighting for the comb immediately retorted. Gentlemen, we can work together temporarily to seize this comb. The red-eyed rank 5 true god made an offer to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group had a rather low cultivation levels, their strength was decent. Moreover, he could not find anyone else willing to work with him. Okay, we will help Senior get this treasure. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon replied with a smile. In reality, everyone knew that each faction had their own plans. Boom! Bang! Crash! The 2 sides fiercely battled. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group took on the smaller part of the enemy group, leaving the majority of the enemies to the red-eyed rank 5 true gods group. Delish! A silver-gray line flashed forward as the little thieving cat used the dark gold dragon snake whip in its hands to grab the comb. Ha-ha! A pack of fools! The red-eyed rank 5 true gods sneered. Kill them! Once the little thieving cat obtained the comb, the other 3 factions immediately began to attack the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group. What is this thieving cat doing? Little Ling was flabbergasted. Treasures were all well and good, but there were far too many experts here. Anyone who obtained a treasure would immediately become the target of all the other factions. The faction behind the red-eyed rank 5 true god that had allied with them just moments ago also began to attack them. Meow! The little thieving cat grinned as it used the whip to throw the comb to the side of another faction. Damn! This stupid cat! The other factions cursed in frustration as they rushed off to attack the faction that received the comb. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon continued to cause trouble, choosing not to take any treasure. 200,000 li underground. Zhao Feng was continuing to take in the situation with his profound gaze. Let's first have all the major factions hate each other and stir a little more chaos in the area. Zhao Feng chuckled. The first batch of objects that had dropped from the transparent palace was not as valuable compared to what still remained within. so Zhao Feng had no plans to fight for any of it. That is? Zhao Feng's gaze froze as he focused on the transparent palace. In the center of the transparent palace, in an area shrouded by a thick spatial layer, a silver robe emerged. This robe was embroidered with countless wondrous runes, all of them glimmering with a silver luster. Ish! The silver robe began to move through the palace all on its own. Swoosh! A terrifying spatial wind blew upon it. Bzzz. Spatial ripples appeared on the dark silver robe and blocked the power of this spatial gale. The majority of the experts fighting outside the palace naturally saw this scene as well. What treasure is that? It has intelligence that allows it to move on its own. And not even the terrifying spatial winds can harm it. The many experts beneath the palace felt their hearts beat faster. Boom! Bang! The silver robe suddenly began to randomly bash itself against the walls of the palace. Spatial storms of various sizes battered at the silver robe, but none of them were capable of harming even a single thread of it. In fact, a few of the other treasures in the palace were knocked flying as the silver robe randomly flew through the palace. What a formidable treasure! Everyone could see that this silver robe was the most intelligent treasure in the palace. I have to get my hands on that robe. The rank 5 true god from the space-time sacred land had a vicious light in his eyes. No one was more familiar with space-time intent than the space-time sacred land. His judgment told him that this robe was very possibly the most valuable object in the palace. However, this object was not an offensive type, so outsiders couldn't tell how precious it was. Boom! The robe caused the entire palace to tremble, and many of the objects within were jolted loose. Whoosh! Whoosh! Even more objects dropped from the cracks in the palace. Another batch of treasures has fallen. The quality seems even higher than the first batch. The experts below were stunned, their bodies trembling as they prepared for battle. Many of the treasures in this batch were plants, precious materials likely to contain space-time intent that could assist one in comprehending the power of space and time. Bzzz. One of these treasures, a mirror, shot out a ray of void light that vanished into the air. In a flash, the space in that area was locked down, and everyone in that area was incapable of using space intent. That's the spatial lock mirror. An elder from the space-time sacred land had his eyes locked onto the mirror, his mind reeling from shock. The spatial lock mirror could lock down space in an area and make it impossible to use space intent. This was a treasure that the people of the space-time sacred land had a particular fear of. Ish! After locking down an area of space, the spatial lock mirror immediately fled into the distance. Go! We can't let the spatial lock mirror escape. 10 factions immediately ran off in pursuit, the people of the 3 sacred lands among them. After all, this spatial lock mirror was the highest quality treasure that had appeared at the moment. It was of a far higher level than those teacups and combs. Anyone who could control the ability of the spatial lock mirror would find it much easier to obtain any future treasures. Hurry! Go after the remaining treasures. The spatial lock mirror had drawn away a large number of the more powerful factions, leaving the remaining factions to struggle over the rest of the treasures. These treasures might not be as good as the spatial lock mirror, but they were far more valuable than the treasures from the first batch. Go! The black destruction serpent dragon roared. So many treasures had dropped out of the sky, and the more powerful factions and experts had all gone after the spatial lock mirror. Boom! Bang! Thump! 2 weaker groups were currently struggling over a silver plant, both sides fully immersed in their battle. At this moment, an eye of a faint golden color appeared above them, lightning of various color arcing around it. It was cold and callous, seemingly an existence on par with the heavens and earth as it looked down upon all things. The 2 groups instantly paled in fright, their bodies shivering as their souls were assaulted by an invisible pressure. Only the 2 rank 4 true gods among them were able to maintain some composure. Forbidden illusion, lost world. Bzzz. Ish! This enormous amber gold I transformed into a maze-like world of violet gold, one that exuded a fatal attractive force. All the experts on both sides were entranced by this powerful illusion, and even the rank 4 true gods showed signs of struggle in their eyes. Swish! A vortex of eye intent appeared around the silver plant and swallowed it whole. The golden eye of heaven that dominated the sky subsequently vanished. The two groups glanced at each other in shock, immediately knowing that neither side had been responsible for this move. Was it a genius of the space-time sacred land hiding in the shadows? After voicing this question, the rank 4 true god led his group after another treasure. These small factions naturally did not dare to offend the people of a god realm sacred land. Underground, Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. If he used the Eye of Heaven in this chaotic battlefield, no one would be able to tell just who had used it. Moreover, in this area, the Eye of Heaven's techniques were not as shocking as usual. With the people of the space-time sacred land around, the majority of the people would place their suspicions on them. The abilities of my Eye of Heaven seem to have gotten much stronger, Zhao Feng elatedly said. This was the first time Zhao Feng had used the Eye of Heaven in the ancient dream realm. In that moment, Zhao Feng sensed that he could borrow even more strength from the world to strengthen his eye bloodline techniques. The Eye of Heaven would provide a boost to all of Zhao Feng's various eye bloodline techniques, and this boost was even larger in the ancient dream realm. The ancient species are planning to move, Zhao Feng muttered to himself, his left eye having sensed signs of activity on the far-off horizon. The location of this activity was precisely where the 10 factions were fighting over the spatial lock mirror. That's... Zhao Feng's eyes widened in shock as if he had seen something absolutely terrifying. Boom! Bang! Thump! For the spatial lock mirror, the 10 factions were fighting with such ferocity that the earth shook and the heavens dimmed. Broom! At this moment, the distant horizon began to shake, a cruel and ancient chi surging into the air. Watch out! A strong enemy has appeared. Quasi-god Sikong of the Tianyun sacred land retreated a step, ceasing his attacks. Swoosh swoosh! 2 enormous figures, one black and one red, charged onto the scene. Boom! Dreadful and mighty intent caused the auras of all the experts fighting for the spatial lock mirror to freeze and their bodies to sink. Delish! The enormous red figure charged straight at the spatial lock mirror. Stop! A rank 4 true god of the heaven-devouring sacred land roared and immediately attacked. Kaboom! A blazing beam of light shot from the red figure, swallowing up the rank 4 true god. When the flame vanished, the person was no longer there. Hiss! The more than 100 experts present felt their souls shiver, their bodies growing stiff as they stared at the enormous red figure. Awoo! This was a massive flame qilin. Tremendous waves of energy radiated off it as it raised its savage face to the heavens and howled. Boom! The world shook as all the experts near the flame qilin felt their souls being heated up by an inextinguishable flame. The blood in their bodies trembled as if it wanted to explode from their bodies. Plush! Anyone with strength less than a rank 4 true god vomited blood. In the distance, those factions fighting for treasure beneath the transparent palace were also caught up in that invisible wave of energy. Roar! As the flame qilin roared, even more enormous ancient beasts surged out from behind it. These ancient beasts could not be considered very strong, but their numbers made them a terrifying force. However, everyone's eyes continued to remain fixed on that blazing red qilin. Ancient god! A rank 5 true god of the Tianyun sacred land murmured in shock. This powerful aura was definitely that of an ancient god expert. It's actually an ancient god. A few experts from 5-star powers reeled in shock upon hearing these words. The prodigies of the 3 sacred lands also felt their hearts sink. This is the race ranked 125th among the 10,000 ancient races, the Blood Flame qilin race. An extremely old rank 4 true god recognized the true identities of these 2 ancient beasts. A powerful ancient god from a race ranked above 200 on the ranking of the 10,000 ancient races. Just how dreadful would its strength be? Rank 7 ancient god. The experts fighting beneath the palace for treasure were left dumbfounded by this news. Although ancient gods were still within the 9 ranks of true gods, the fact that the distinction of ancient god existed showed that there was a vast gap between those above and below the boundary of ancient god. Among the major factions, ancient gods were supreme experts far beyond their reach. At this moment, The red flame Qilin leading the ancient races in the wild ancient secret dimension was an ancient god, and one from the blood flame Qilin race. The red and ruthless eyes of the Qilin swept over the experts. All who felt its gaze felt their body tremble, their blood freezing in their veins. Whoosh! An intent seized the spatial lock mirror and tossed it to the black Qilin next to the red Qilin. This treasure isn't bad. The black Qilin took the spatial lock mirror with a smile on its face. The people of the blood flame Qilin race could have different hues of blood running through their veins, and their bodies would burn with different colors of flame. This black flame Qilin clearly possessed a higher-level bloodline. However, the black flame Qilin was smaller and only had the cultivation of a rank 4 true god. "Young master, refine it," the red flame Qilin said. The 10 major factions that had been fighting over the spatial lock mirror became extremely gloomy. Their struggle had been vicious and they put their lives on the line. But in the end, this red flame Qilin snatched the spatial lock mirror away. Moreover, once the black flame Qilin refined the spatial lock mirror, they would be placed in an even more passive position. Everyone, if we let that ancient beast refine the spatial lock mirror, we'll be in great danger. A rank 5 true god of the spacetime sacred land sent a message to all the experts present. Right? Although they might have an ancient god, it's only one. A rank 5 true god from the Tianyun sacred land replied. All rank 5 true gods present, we have to work together to deal with this ancient god expert. Otherwise, we won't be able to get anything. A rank 5 true god of the heaven-devouring sacred land sent a message to all the experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods. In the current situation, all of the factions needed to work together. However, the power of an ancient god had made a very deep impression. The rank 5 true gods of 4.5 star and peak 4-star powers were much weaker than the rank 5 true gods of 5-star powers and sacred lands. Moreover, they cared more about their own lives and profit and were unwilling to clash with an ancient god. In truth, if everyone is not willing, we 3 sacred lands have ways of safely withdrawing. Quasi-god Sikong of the Tianyun sacred land suddenly sent this message. These words astonished all the other factions. It was true. The god realm sacred lands had incredibly deep reserves. Even if they were facing an ancient god expert, they could still escape if needed. In that case, it would be the weaker factions that would suffer disaster. Gradually, the experts of the ancient desolate realm of gods reached a consensus. All the rank 5 true gods decided to join together to fight against the ancient god and the ancient beasts with rank 5 true god levels of strength. The struggle for treasure would be handed to the younger generation and the weaker true gods. Of course, the rank 5 true gods had definitely negotiated with the other true gods within their respective factions so that they would receive a part of the spoils. After all, the rank 5 true gods were taking a great risk in fighting the ancient god so that the others could go after the treasure, so they naturally needed suitable compensation. Their reward could only be obtained from the quasi-gods and true gods of their respective factions. Whoosh! 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 All 10 factions, excluding their rank 5 true gods, retreated. The rest of the rank 5 true gods flew out from the rear. Kill! The red flame Qilin seemed to know what they were thinking and immediately attacked. Even if it was an ancient god, it was not invincible. Moreover, the rank 5 true gods that had shown up here were all on the stronger side, particularly those from the resource-rich sacred lands. Several rank 5 true gods from the ancient races came up to assist the red flame Qilin. The remaining ancient beasts joined with the black flame Qilin and went to the palace to fight for treasure. Go! All the rank 5 true gods of the ancient desolate realm of gods went into battle. Boom! Bang! Thump! The battle between the ancient god and the rank 5 true gods caused the entire world to pale. The quasi-gods and true gods who were not participating in this battle could still sense the terrifying ripples of intent, despite the distance. Good. We've already gotten 3 treasures. The black destruction serpent dragon grinned. One was in its origin dimension while the other 2 were in the little thieving cat's stomach. The appearance of the black flame Qilin was actually a boon to Zhao Feng's group because their group didn't have any rank 5 true gods in the first place. I never thought that things would turn out this way. Little Ling was greatly moved by these events. Now that the rank 5 true gods were no longer participating in the struggle for treasure, Zhao Feng's faction no longer seemed as weak. Before, they could only stir up trouble, but now they could fight directly with other groups for treasure. Of course, there was still a large gap in strength between them and certain powerful groups. Scram! I, Quasi-God Heaven Swallower, have taken a liking to this object. A tall and imposing man loudly called out as he charged at some silver fruit. Boom! Bang! Every slap of his palms created black vortices that devoured the intent of all nearby attacks. Out of the way! The experts of the heaven-devouring sacred land followed Quasi-God Heaven Swallower. Mine! Quasi-God Heaven Swallower smoothly got his hands on the silver fruit. What do you think about giving that treasure to this one? Quasi-God Sikong's tone was much gentler. Bzzzzz. As Quasi-God Sikong descended, all the surrounding experts instantly came under the effect of a strange intent energy. Their attacks suddenly became extremely slow. This is speed intent. A rank 4 true god yelped in surprise. Speed intent could slow down or accelerate one's attacks, allowing them to be unleashed at the ideal moment. In addition, if speed intent was cultivated to a certain level, it could even alter the speed of the opponent's attacks. The Tianyun sacred land was unique among the god realm's sacred lands of the ancient desolate realm of gods. It did not consider bloodline when taking disciples, only emphasizing powerful talent. Moreover, the Tianyun sacred land possessed a broad and deep range of techniques that extended into every possible avenue. For this reason, the Tianyun sacred land had geniuses of every kind, each of them with their own supreme and unique skills. Haha! You people aren't very strong at all. The black flame Qilin charged in with a horde of ancient beasts. Boom! The black flame Qilin activated its bloodline, and its strength soared. Its entire body seethed with black flames that endlessly burned away anything they touched. Quite a few rank 2 true gods were touched by the flames of the black flame Qilin and ended up being completely engulfed in those nigh inextinguishable flames. Ah! An ordinary quasi-god even had his soul burned to cinders by these flames. This fellow's flames are suffused with destruction intent. The black destruction serpent dragon measured up the black flame Qilin. The black flames of this Qilin were extremely similar to its dragon breath of origin destruction. Of course, if their cultivations were equal, the flames of the black destruction serpent dragon would be stronger. Whoosh! Another set of treasures fell from the palace, and all of these treasures had intelligence. The moment they dropped down, they scattered in different directions. Bzzzzz. Suddenly, an enormous dark silver eye that appeared to be embedded in the fabric of space began to rapidly move. Swallow! The dark silver eye moved next to a writing brush and suddenly opened up into a spatial crack that sucked in the brush. Buzz! Bzzz. This writing brush was also a spatial treasure, so it did everything it could to fight back. Go! Several experts of the space-time sacred land arrived and began to exert their own spatial powers. Boom! Pushed by the spatial energy, the writing brush was finally sucked into the spatial crack. Whoosh! The enormous silver eye immediately vanished. As expected of quasi-god Kong Yuan, using such a method to seize treasure, quasi-god Sikong said in praise. Humph! Lurking in the shadows, a turtle hiding in its shell, quasi-god Heaven Swallower said with disdain. He originally planned to have a bout with quasi-god Kong Yuan, but the current situation was far too chaotic. Moreover, even if he knew that quasi-god Kong Yuan was using the Eye of Void, he was incapable of finding Kong Yuan's hiding place. The Eye of Void was the space intent that quasi-god Kong Yuan had derived from the Eye of Spacetime, could transfer through space, making it impossible to find out where quasi-god Kong Yuan was hiding. At this moment, in a place extremely far from the transparent palace, a figure was hiding in a place that no one could see. What a powerful offensive spatial divine weapon! Quasi-god Kong Yuan was carefully inspecting the writing brush in his hand. Even though he had his own offensive divine weapon, the space intent it contained was weaker than this writing brush. Buzz! Bzzz. Quasi-god Kong Yuan sent a strand of divine power and soul power into the writing brush and slowly began to refine it. But he kept the majority of his mind on observing the skies. The space-time robe. I wonder if I will be able to obtain you. Quasi-god Kong Yuan's gaze fell upon that silver robe in the transparent palace. Only an extremely small number of experts of the sacred land knew the secret of the spacetime robe. The majority of the people present had yet to recognize it for what it was. Quasi-god Kong Yuan, as one of the supreme geniuses of the spacetime sacred land, knew a few of this robe's secrets. If I can get the spacetime robe, the path to becoming an ancient god will be much simpler, and my chances of becoming a godlord will also increase. Quasi-god Kong Yuan felt an enormous desire for the spacetime robe. However, the spacetime robe was still floating around randomly in the transparent palace, and Kong Yuan did not dare to get too close to the palace. Thus, he could only wait until the spacetime robe came out on its own. That golden eye! At this moment, Quasi-god Kong Yuan noticed that an enormous golden eye had appeared in the sky. This golden eye of heaven was even larger than his eye of void, and it was even more focused, even more in union with the heavens and earth, and simply overflowing with power. A golden eye, the eye of destruction? But how could the eye of destruction use space intent? Quasi-god Kong Yuan became pensive. Even Quasi-god Kong Yuan, who had always been proud of his eye of spacetime, felt a little fear when he saw this golden eye. It seems that there's another outstanding genius hiding around here. It might be someone from the Tianyun's sacred land. Quasi-god Kong Yuan muttered to himself. The Tianyun sacred land had every kind of talent. Even though it had been established relatively late, it could not be underestimated. It might even surpass a majority of the God Realm sacred lands given enough time. It's that golden eye again. Damn it! Is he a member of the space-time sacred land or not? By now, the golden eye had appeared quite a few times. Moreover, the golden eye's skills were extremely powerful. Physical attacks had no effect on it. Only the soul attacks of rank 4 true gods could disturb it. This treasure seems to be an interspatial dimension. Quasi-god Kong Yuan's eyes locked onto a silver bracelet. None of the treasures here could be taken into interspatial dimensions, and there was no time to refine them. However, if one were to get their hands on a divine weapon with an interspatial dimension, then as long as one refined it, one could put all the other treasure into it. Buzz. Bzzz. An enormous dark silver eye appeared over the interspatial dimension. Quasi-god Kong Yuan is moving again. An expert who had just been preparing to try for the silver bracelet sighed in despair. Suddenly, on the other end of the silver bracelet, a massive golden eye slowly appeared. The appearance of these two eyes made it seem like the heavens themselves had opened their eyes. Two different but equally terrifying forces exploded onto the scene, forcing all the experts back. They did not dare to fight against the heavens. The two eyes embedded in the sky both stared at the same silver bracelet. The terrifying pressure they exuded caused all the nearby experts to back up. So, this golden eye didn't belong to the space-time sacred land? Quasi-god Heaven Swallower said in surprise. He was under the impression that this golden eye belonged to someone from the space-time sacred land. It was only now that this golden eye began to compete with Quasi-god Kong Yuan's dark silver eye that he realized he was mistaken. The other experts fighting for treasure thought the same as Quasi-god Heaven Swallower. Since this golden eye doesn't belong to a genius of the space-time sacred land, then whose is it? Just who would dare to compete for treasure against Quasi-god Kong Yuan of the space-time sacred land? A genius Quasi-god asked with shock on his face. Who is it? Who dares to oppose Quasi-god Kong Yuan of the space-time sacred land? A true god of the space-time sacred land growled. However, he actually didn't care all that much. Quasi-god Kong Yuan was the strongest quasi-god of the space-time sacred land, with the strength of a rank 4 true god. This golden eye was simply suicidal to be challenging him. Whoosh! The silver eye suddenly opened a spatial path, which exerted a powerful attractive force on the silver bracelet. Bzzz. The golden eye created a vortex that unleashed a ripple of eye intent upon the silver bracelet. Whoosh! Whoosh! The silver eye responded by releasing spatial shadows that filled the sky. Bzzz. As these spatial shadows swept over the ripple of eye intent, the space intent that formed the vortex was thrown into disorder. All the other experts fighting for treasure in the surroundings were similarly affected by the dark silver eye, becoming incapable of using space intent. Haha, Quasi-God Kong Yuan has a very strong eye of space-time bloodline. You'll just disgrace yourself by fighting him. A group that previously fought with the golden eye over treasure began to jeer at and ridicule it. Humph, Quasi-God Kong Yuan's space intent has reached level 4. This golden eye is out of its mind if it thinks it can steal treasure from right under the eye of void. A true god from the space-time sacred land jeered. 200,000 li underground. Zhao Feng gave an awkward smile. Zhao Feng didn't really want to fight with Quasi-God Kong Yuan, but he also wanted to experience the powers of the Eye of Spacetime. Thus, he made the Eye of Heaven appear to fight with Kong Yuan for treasure. Quasi-God Kong Yuan's space intent has reached an absurd level. My void snatching is no use against him, Zhao Feng murmured in understanding. I'll play around with him a little longer though. Zhao Feng suddenly gave a wicked smile. Since everyone still had no idea of who was fighting Quasi-God Kong Yuan, he might as well keep playing with this Eye of Void. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the air, the spatial crack in the middle of the silver eye strengthened its attractive force, pulling on the silver bracelet. Suddenly, the golden eye began to crackle with purple lightning as a dreadful eye intent began to gather around it. Cackrack! A gold and purple lightning fire, imbued with the power of destructive tribulation lightning, exploded against the silver eye. Buzz! Bzzz. The silver eye trembled, flickering between illusion and reality, and the spatial path in its center was forced shut. What a powerful eye bloodline technique! Quasi-God Kong Yuan focused his eyes. The Eye of Void was a space intent he had derived from the Eye of Spacetime. It was imbued with his intent, meaning that soul attacks were effective against it. This person's eyes aren't skilled at space intent, but they are skilled at soul attacks. Quasi-God Kong Yuan muttered to himself. In contrast to Zhao Feng, Quasi-God Kong Yuan's Eye of Spacetime was good at space intent but poor at soul attacks. Buzz! Bzzz. In the sky, the dark silver eye suddenly solidified. It was clear that Quasi-God Kong Yuan was now serious, all his attention on this battle. Bzzz. Swoosh! Space intent flowed through the silver eye, forming into a sharp spatial edge that sliced at the golden eye. Quasi-God Kong Yuan has begun his counterattack. Those spatial edges can easily kill a rank 3 true god, a true god expert said in alarm. Swish! The spatial edges swept right through the golden eye. Buzz! Bzzz. The only effect it had on the golden eye was to make it slightly tremble. It didn't have much effect on that golden eye at all, a quasi-god cried out in alarm. The golden eye and the silver eye are constructed differently. The golden eye is primarily made up of soul power, so physical attacks can't damage it very much. A rank 4 true god of the space-time sacred land immediately observed, and in his view, the golden eye was more in harmony with the world. Space intent type attacks only affect the soul a little, so they can only inflict partial harm to me. Zhao Feng's expression was unchanged. His soul's defenses were extremely strong, so this minor damage barely registered. Upon seeing that his attacks did little damage to the golden eye, Quasi-God Kong Yuan began to circulate his space intent once more. Buzz! Bzzz. The silver eye caused space around it to vibrate and tremble. A ghostly image seemed to layer itself over the air, causing space in the area to become extremely unstable. This move should work, Quasi-God Kong Yuan muttered to himself. The golden eye was embedded in space, so he would use space intent to make all space in the area extremely unstable. This way, the golden eye wouldn't be able to maintain its position. Heh! Then I won't be polite either. Zhao Feng naturally knew what Quasi-God Kong Yuan was up to. However, Zhao Feng's Eye of Heaven was in extreme harmony with the ancient dream realm. This was Zhao Feng's world, and even if Quasi-God Kong Yuan destabilized the surrounding space, Zhao Feng's Eye of Heaven would still be able to stand firm. At most, its power would decrease a little. Tribulation lightning eye flame. The golden eye of heaven began to crackle with destructive arcs of white and gold lightning. Cackrack! A ball of purple lightning fire burst out of the golden eye. Crackle! Hiss! In a flash, the dark silver eye was assailed by tribulation lightning. The destructive power of the tribulation lightning passed through the eye of void to strike directly at quasi-god Kong Yuan's soul. Ugh! Quasi-god Kong Yuan groaned, the thunderous attacks against his soul causing his eyes to half-close in pain. At the same time, the silver eye in the sky disappeared. It was actually useless? Quasi-god Kong Yuan was flabbergasted. His widespread destabilization of space apparently did nothing to the golden eye. After that, the soul attack from his opponent was truly terrifying. Bzzzzz. The power of wind and lightning raged around the golden eye, as if proclaiming its victory. Swish! A ripple of eye intent sucked in the silver bracelet. What? Quasi-god Kong Yuan lost. The people of the space-time sacred land were dumbfounded. In the clash between two eyes of space transference, quasi-god Kong Yuan unexpectedly lost. How could that be? Was the user of the golden eye even stronger than Kong Yuan? They believed that this match was certain victory for Kong Yuan, so none of them had interfered, but the result completely overturned their understanding of the world. Interesting. Quasi-god C. Kong stared at the eye of heaven and gave a profound smile. It was able to win against an inheritor of one of the 8 great god eyes, but it was apparently not one of the 8 great god eyes. Just who is behind this golden eye? Quasi-god Heaven Swallower's eyes exuded a chilling light, but he noticed nothing as he surveyed his surroundings. Although a contest between two eyes could not be used as a representative of one's full strength, for the opponent to defeat quasi-god Kong Yuan in eye bloodline techniques was simply unbelievable. As expected of the 9th god eye, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon naturally noticed this contest between the two eyes, but it hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to win this bout. Victory! Zhao Feng gave a satisfied smile. Although Zhao Feng had won, this did not mean that he was a match for quasi-god Kong Yuan. After all, in the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng's Eye of Space Transference could use eye bloodline techniques at their maximum level of power, but the Eye of Spacetime did not have the same special authority. In addition, the Eye of Spacetime's usefulness was more evident on the battlefield. Its expertise was in controlling and using the power of space, not eye bloodline techniques. Zhao Feng began to refine the interspatial dimension, with the rest of his mind focused on observing the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group and using the Eye of Heaven to steal more treasures. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group had the rank 4 True God Little Ling in its ranks, so as long as they didn't encounter some overly powerful group, they would essentially be safe. Zhao Feng's use of the Eye of Heaven would also indirectly assist the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group. After this clash of space transference eyes, there was no second clash. After all, the most important issue of the day was taking the treasures, not fighting to the death over a momentary flash of anger. However, as the golden eye moved, everyone became even more curious. Just who was its master? Steal the treasures of the Golden Jade race. Zhao Feng's voice rang out in the souls of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group. Understood. A sinister smile appeared on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's face. The only rank 5 true god of the Golden Jade race, Tianhua, was fighting with the Red Flame Qilin. The strongest members left in the Golden Jade race group were only rank 3 true gods. At this moment, the Golden Jade race was fighting with 2 other groups over a picture scroll. The picture scroll would occasionally unleash a few vistas that would cause people to sink into an illusory world. I got it! In the end, all 3 parties were heavily injured, and the Golden Jade race emerged with the picture scroll in hand. The 2 other groups joined together in pursuit. Run! After getting the picture scroll, the Golden Jade race decided to beat a temporary retreat. They would refine the picture scroll first and then re-enter the struggle. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group blocked their path. Where are you going? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon angrily roared, the pressure of its terrifying bloodline causing all the Golden Jade race members to tremble. It's you! The people from the Golden Jade race naturally recognized the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group. With the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon blocking the Golden Jade race group, the other 2 factions quickly caught up. Kill! The 3 sides immediately attacked the Golden Jade race group. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group naturally did not use its full strength, and it even inadvertently attacked the two other groups. In the end, the Golden Jade race suffered severe casualties, the other two groups fared little better, and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group smoothly obtained the picture scroll. Damn! Quasi-God D. Lin was furious. If he had known that this would happen, he would have never offended Zhao Feng. Broom! Suddenly, the transparent palace over everyone's heads began to shake and quiver. Boom! Within the palace, for treasures shining with resplendent light and bursting with intelligence were flying heedlessly around, smashing into walls. One of these treasures was the space-time robe. Everyone understood that these 4 treasures were the most precious ones in the palace. An extremely small number of people recognized 1 or 2 of these treasures, but they would never admit to that. Each of them had already chosen one of these treasures as their ultimate goal. Boom! Creak! The cracks on the palace increased, and it seemed on the verge of shattering apart. Deep underground, Zhao Feng finished refining the silver bracelet he had stolen from Quasi-God Kong Yuan. After putting on the silver bracelet, Zhao Feng placed all the other treasure he had taken into it. Whoosh! Zhao Feng emerged from the earth. The constant use of the Eye of Heaven placed a heavy burden on Zhao Feng. If he used up all his soul and eye bloodline energy, he wouldn't be able to use the god's spiritual eye anymore. Swish! Zhao Feng unfurled a pair of golden wings and flew over to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragons group. Conserve your strength. Prepare to fight for the treasure. Zhao Feng's voice rang out in their minds. All of them nodded. They originally believed that getting their hands on 1 or 2 treasures would be decent, with none of them even thinking about pursuing the most valuable treasures of the Transparent Palace. However, the arrival of the Red Flame Qilin was restraining all the rank 5 true gods, leveling the playing field for Zhao Feng's small team and allowing them to reap a richer harvest. They now also had the opportunity to participate in the struggle for the even more important treasures. Right now, everyone could tell that the Transparent Palace overhead could fall apart at any time. When that time came, all the treasures would fall out. Zhao Feng's team mixed into the crowd, occasionally fighting with weaker groups for treasure. None of them used their full strength, and they would rest to recover the energy they did use. In these battles, Zhao Feng did not use his eye. He could rely purely on the sacred lightning body and lightning fire obliteration to crush an average rank 2 true god. Big bro, I saw Zhao Feng. Hu Cheng suddenly saw the nearby Zhao Feng and turned toward his big brother in shock. The blue-scaled race didn't originally have any plans to fight for the treasure here, but before the opening of the Transparent Palace, Hu Cheng's group ran into another group from their race. A rank 4 true god was in this group, so the blue-scaled race decided to come and test their luck. Their team had more than most, and with the rank 5 true gods drawn away, they managed to obtain quite a few divine weapons and treasures. Quasi-God Lan Yi. Zhao Feng is over there. The Hu brothers immediately turned to Quasi-God Lan Yi. The Hu brothers had no status in their team, so they could only rely on Quasi-God Lan Yi. Lan Yi previously made a bet of 3 moves with Zhao Feng, and he had suffered a miserable defeat. As a result, Quasi-God Lan Yi wanted to kill Zhao Feng even more than the Hu brothers. Haha, it really is that brat. Quasi-God Lan Yi gave a savage smile, oozing with killing intent. He began to communicate with the experts of his group. Of the Quasi-God experts in the team, no one except Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi dared to defy Quasi-God Lan Yi. Besides that, a large portion of the true god experts also stood on Quasi-God Lan Yi's side. In the end, the team from the blue-scaled race decided to attack Zhao Feng's group. You too. Living off one party while helping the other. A rank 3 true god cursed. He was naturally referring to Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi. Kill them all! The rank 4 true god of the blue-scaled race said, his eyes like 2 blocks of ice. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 16 experts of the blue-scaled race took off with furious momentum toward Zhao Feng's team. The blue-scaled race. Run! Zhao Feng had already noticed their strange movements. The blue-scaled race had too many people, and there was even a rank 4 true god. Zhao Feng naturally did not wish to have a direct confrontation with them. Swoosh swoosh. Zhao Feng's group quickly began to flee. Little Ling, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, and Zhao Feng were the fastest, followed by the Blue-Clothed Elder and Zhao Wan, and finally Zhao Wang at the very end. Of course, Zhao Wang was still rather fast. He was just much slower compared to the rest of the group. Swish! Swish! Where are you running? The blue-scaled race's rank 4 true god and a small number of experts broke away from the rest of the pack, slowly catching up to Zhao Feng. Meanwhile, the majority of the group was left far behind. As Wei Ku and Ma Lingshi were two of the weaker members of the group and they hadn't wanted to chase after Zhao Feng in the first place, they stopped midway. Zhao Feng, obediently accept your death, and I can let the rest of the people in your group go. Quasi-God Lan Yi gave a sinister smile. The other experts of the blue-scaled race nodded their heads. Quasi-God Lan Ye's plan was truly superb. When facing death, even people with the best relationships might contemplate betrayal. But to their surprise, every member of Zhao Feng's group acted like they didn't hear these words, their speed not slowing in the slightest. Whoosh! Whoosh! In this pursuit, the fastest 6 members of the blue-scaled race reached Zhao Feng's team first. Die! The rank 4 true god immediately attacked Zhao Wang, who was at the very back of the group. Ish! An enormous blue sword swept forward, its edge rippling with astonishing waves. From a distance, this slash seemed like a tsunami that would envelop and devour all. Whoosh! Little Ling suddenly turned around and attacked. Kaboom! Blue and purple flames filled the sky, condensing into an enormous net of flames. Boom! Bang! Thump! Fire and water clashed, and the attack of the rank 4 true god was neutralized. Milady is as beautiful as a flower and also rather strong. Why not work with the blue-scaled race? The lecherous eyes of a rank 3 true god from the blue-scaled race hovered over Little Ling's charming figure. But then, all 6 members of the blue-scaled race, including the rank 4 true god, were taken aback in shock. All of Zhao Feng's team suddenly turned around and began to attack them. Little Ling, Zhao Wang, the 2 of you deal with the rank 4 true god. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and I will quickly kill off 1 rank 3 true god. The rest of you, hold back the rest of the blue-scaled race. Zhao Feng issued his orders the moment they began to move. With only 6 members of the blue-scaled race currently present, Zhao Feng's side had a chance at victory. Through this battle, they could even completely turn the tides on the blue-scaled race. Swoosh swoosh! Zhao Feng swiftly joined the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon in converging on a rank 3 true god. Cling clang! A black metal sword appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, the transformed ancient god seal. Die! Zhao Feng used the lightning fire obliteration to create a destructive golden energy slash. Destruction Dragon Blast. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon circulated its origin destruction energy and used its most powerful move. Boom! Bang! Thump! The thunderous strikes from this pair left the rank 3 true god with no time to react. Kill! The powerful bodies of Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon put aside everything else to attack. Flame Slicer! Little Ling waved her hands, sending countless threads of fire flying toward the rank 4 true god. A trifling trick! The blue-scaled race rank 4 true god waved his sword, unleashing slash after slash of enormous blue waves. Whoosh! Zhao Wang attacked the rank 4 true god from the side. A mere quasi-god. You're seeking death. The rank 4 true god snorted in derision. Just 1 weak quasi-god wouldn't even be able to harm a hair on his body. Swish! Suddenly, a pitch-black staff appeared in Zhao Wang's hand, and the surrounding sky immediately went dark. This is death energy. The rank 4 true god's body froze as he sensed a mortal threat from that wicked aura. Black hole of death. Zhao Wang gripped the Staff of Death Curse as he activated the Eye of Death. Ish! The Staff of Death Curse and the Eye of Death resonated with each other, unleashing a black mist bursting with wicked energy and intent. Boom! Caught off guard, the rank 4 true god was engulfed by the black mist. Hum! The black mist immediately transformed into a black hole that began to suck away at the rank 4 true god's soul and vitality. Boom! The rank 4 true god of the blue-scaled race had to burn up his divine power, exploding with astonishing intent energy so that he could retreat. Aya! One of the rank 4 true god's arms was completely devoured by the black hole, severely damaging both his body and soul. In addition, he could also sense that the power of an intangible curse now haunted his body. Just what kind of power is this? The rank 4 true god paled as he stared in fear at Zhao Wang. However, Zhao Wang had already put away the staff of death curse. After all, this was a divine weapon of a similar quality as the supreme treasures in the transparent palace. It could not be carelessly exposed to outsiders. Aya! Elsewhere, Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon finished off the rank 3 true god. Only 2 seconds had passed. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the rest of the blue-scaled race's experts finally arrived. How could this be? Hu Cheng was stunned. When they arrived, they saw that their rank 4 true god had lost an arm and one of their rank 3 true gods had been killed. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's group had reassembled, their expressions composed as they faced the blue-scaled race. None of them were running, and none of them seemed panicked. Let's go! After a few moments of stalemate, the rank 4 true god suddenly shouted this order through clenched teeth. His injuries were not something as simple as a lost arm. Both his soul and vitality were being corroded by death intent. In addition, the power of a curse was also troubling him. His body was currently in an extremely poor state. If he did not immediately begin treatment, his injuries would worsen. Moreover, he was still somewhat afraid of the divine weapon Zhao Wang had used. In addition, the treasures of the transparent palace might appear at any moment. He needed to recover his strength as quickly as possible so that he could still participate in the upcoming battle. We're not killing them? Quasi-god Lan Yi was stunned beyond belief. The rank 4 god of the blue-scaled race was actually shrinking back. Just what happened a moment ago? Humph! The rank 4 true god angrily snorted, and the energy of the world instantly pressed down on Quasi-god Lan Yi. Thump thump! Quasi-god Lan Yi was forced back 2 steps, and then he lowered his head and fell silent. Broom! At this very moment, the transparent palace in the sky exploded. Kaboom! A fierce spatial storm swept through the area, causing the world to twist and contort. At this moment, all the experts fighting for treasure were struck dumb. Even the red flame Qilin and the rank 5 true gods battling in the distance paused for a moment. Dish! Several silver balls of light leaped out from the spatial storm. The fact that these treasures had emerged unscathed from the destructive spatial storm was proof of their quality. 4 of them stood out among the rest, exuding astonishing ripples of power. Treasure! Real treasure has appeared. The small groups down below immediately became excited. The space-time robe. Quasi-god Kong Yuan locked his eyes onto one of the dazzling objects. The dark silver robe. The Heaven Yuan stone disc. Quasi-god Sikong of the Tianyun sacred land also had his eyes on a treasure. This was an ancient gray stone disc, its surface covered with profound and abstruse inscriptions. Not good. The treasures have already appeared. The rank 4 true god of the blue-scaled race grew even more infuriated. For the sake of Quasi-god Lan Ye's private grudge, he had been heavily injured and probably lost any chance of getting those treasures. Master, which one should we try for? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon immediately asked, its heart thumping. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon only knew that there were 4 of these treasures more precious than the rest, but he didn't recognize a single one of them. Let's wait and see, Zhao Feng replied after a moment of thought. Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to get his hands on a treasure just because he wanted it. He naturally had to choose the easier targets. He would try to fight for whichever treasure he had the best chance of getting. Other than the 4 major treasures, quite a few treasures on the level of the spatial lock mirror had also come down in this batch. Let's go! The rank 4 true god of the blue-scaled race quickly left with his group. It wasn't his destiny to obtain any of the most valuable treasures, but those lower-ranked treasures were still extremely precious to someone like him. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, 70% of the teams charged into the air. The majority of them were after the 4 major treasures, with the smaller teams acknowledging that they had no chance and pursuing the lesser treasures. A small number of teams decided to just watch for now. Just what level of divine weapon is this? A small group carelessly approached a long silver sword. From a distance, they could sense the powerful all-destroying sword intent on this silver sword. Ish! The silver sword suddenly turned around and began to charge straight at this group. When the sword turned its tip toward the group, all the members felt like they had ended up in a world of swords, the surrounding air packed to the brim with sword intent. Swish! In a silver flash, the sword pierced through space and appeared right in front of the group. Swoosh! As the sword flew past, 5 experts in the group had their bodies and souls cleaved in two and plummeted to the ground. The survivors stood frozen in shock, not daring to move a muscle. This scene also intimidated all the other groups intending to approach the sword. A good sword! A flash of light moved through quasi-god Heaven Swallower's eyes. Such a terrifying sword was naturally a perfect match for him. Ish! Even after killing 5 people, the silver sword did not leave. It continued to brashly fly around as if challenging the people below. Help me get that sword! Quasi-god Heaven Swallower ordered the experts of the heaven-devouring sacred land. The God Realm's sacred lands had extremely deep reserves of resources, and they had all naturally come to this secret dimension amply prepared. However, even they needed to be cautious around such a powerful sword. Elsewhere, the Tianyun sacred land and several other groups were trying to get the gray stone disc. However, every time they got within 100 zhang of the stone disc, they would run into a spatial barrier. Mysterious and ancient words flashed atop the surface of this spatial barrier. Only by comprehending these words can one approach the Heaven Yuan stone disc, Quasi-God Si Kong said with a slightly gloomy expression. He was somewhat familiar with these words, but he could only read them. Truly understanding their contents was a truly arduous task. Keep a close eye on this treasure. Quasi-God Kong Yuan of the Spacetime Sacred Land pointed at the spacetime robe as he ordered. Swish! Swish! The spacetime robe glimmered in the air as it drifted here and there, no one able to approach it. However, in comparison to the other treasures, the risk of pursuing the spacetime robe was the lowest. We'll make our objective that silver robe for now. After observing the situation for a few moments, Zhao Feng sent a message to the other members of his group. Zhao Feng didn't use swords, so the silver sword would not be very useful. As for the gray disc, Zhao Feng would not be able to overcome the trial it presented. The other treasure was a ball of violet flame burning in the air. This treasure might be suitable for Zhao Feng, but the black flame qilin had its eyes set on it. The black flame qilin and the ancient beasts accompanying it were stronger than any one of the 3 sacred lands. The danger was too great, so Zhao Feng gave up on that treasure. This left only the silver robe. In Zhao Feng's view, this silver robe might be the most precious of all 4 major treasures. Moreover, this silver robe also did not seem to have much of an aggressive nature. All it had done up to now was twinkle in the air as it evaded everyone's pursuit. Whoosh! 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 The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and the others followed Zhao Feng in flying toward a certain direction. This treasure belongs to the blue-scaled race. The members of the blue-scaled race were fighting with another group over a different treasure. As most of the experts were focused on the 4 major treasures, the struggles over these lesser treasures were not as intense. Brat! What do you mean by this? The members of the blue-scaled race suddenly noticed that Zhao Feng's team was coming at them. Naturally, it's because we've taken a liking to this treasure. Zhao Feng gave a wicked smile. The blue-scaled race tried to kill them just a few moments earlier, but they left once they failed. Zhao Feng was no altruist. If he had the chance, he would not let the people of the blue-scaled race go. Flame Slicer! Little Ling was merciless, immediately using a lethal move. Swoosh! Threads of fire joined together into a rainbow net of flame that flew through the air at the blue-scaled race. Destruction Dragon Blast! Humming thunder! Flash of lightning! Everyone in Zhao Feng's team immediately attacked. Go! The members of the blue-scaled race joined together to resist. They had the advantage in numbers and had no fear of Zhao Feng's group. Junior, the blue-scaled race inflicted no harm on you. There is no need to fight with each other like this. The rank for true god of the blue-scaled race urged. His gaze was fixed on Zhao Wang. The divine weapon of death that Zhao Wang possessed was definitely not ordinary. He had still not recovered from his previous injury. What? The rest of the blue-scaled race members were flabbergasted, with none more shocked than quasi-god Lan Yi. Their rank 4 true god was actually yielding to Zhao Feng and asking for peace terms. The blue-scaled race pursued us just a minute ago, intending to kill us. If we had asked for peace, would the blue-scaled race have agreed? Zhao Feng sneered. Before going to kill others, one had to prepare to be killed. Hee. Good sirs. Let's work together and take care of the blue-scaled race, and then we can decide who the treasure belongs to. The other group saw that there was a conflict between Zhao Feng and the blue-scaled race and immediately issued an invitation. Kill! Zhao Feng's team and the other team joined together and attacked the blue-scaled race. Retreat! The blue-scaled race's rank 4 true god bellowed. By joining together, Zhao Feng's side now had a similar amount of people, but their fighting power far surpassed the blue-scaled race's. Swish! Golden wings twinkled as Zhao Feng transformed into a stream of golden light, charging straight at the two Hu brothers. When Zhao Feng first joined the blue-scaled race's group, Hu Cheng had caused nothing but trouble for him. At the critical moment, he even abandoned the members of his own race and fled by himself. Later on, he led another group of people to deal with Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's conflicts with the blue-scaled race all started with Hu Cheng. Sky-penetrating finger. Zhao Feng circulated the lightning fire obliteration and shot it out from the tip of his index finger. Ish! A slender golden flame seared through the air, crossing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Aya! Hu Cheng screamed, no longer able to escape. He thoroughly regretted making trouble for Zhao Feng. Slain in a single blow, Zhao Feng was a quasi-god now, and the power of his lightning fire obliteration was even greater than before. When joined together with his level 1 fire intent and the sky-penetrating finger, it was far too easy to instantly obliterate Hu Cheng. Little bro! Hu Sang shouted in anger, but he could only turn and flee as quickly as he could. Among the blue-scaled race, the one Zhao Feng hated the most was Hu Cheng, while second could only be him or quasi-god Lan Yi. But at this moment, the rank 4 true god of the blue-scaled race had no interest in fighting against two groups. He ran away the fastest, and the rest of the group could only follow. No one cared if Hu Sang lived or died. Little Ling, kill quasi-god Lan Yi. Zhao Feng messaged Little Ling. Unless he used some of his trump cards, Zhao Feng would find it very difficult to kill quasi-god Lan Yi. So he left this task to Little Ling Swish. Zhao Feng used his metal lightning radiance wings to rapidly catch up to Hu Sang. Zhao Feng, let me go. You already killed my little brother. Hu Sang could feel the dreadful wind lightning intent behind, and his entire body shuddered in fear. Zhao Feng was far too fast. It was impossible for him to escape. You're the big brother. Shouldn't you accompany him? Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated his soul power and sacred power into a palm made of golden lightning flames. Boom! Bang! Thump! Hu Sang did his best to resist, but he was far too weak. Zhao Feng's attack pushed him back several dozen li, leaving his body charred black. Ish! With a sky-penetrating finger, Zhao Feng took his life. Elsewhere, quasi-god Lan Yi had a few experts protecting him. Even when the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon caught up and began to help Little Ling, it was still very difficult to kill Lan Yi. After all, quasi-god Lan Yi was a prodigy of the blue-scaled race, on a completely different level from the Hu brothers. Master, the people of the space-time sacred land are getting closer to that silver robe. At this moment, the blue-clothed elder sent Zhao Feng a message. Zhao Feng turned his eyes to scan the skies. The many experts of the space-time sacred land, as well as various others who wanted the space-time robe, had managed to use some method to restrict the movements of the space-time robe. Nearly 50 people were around the space-time robe. Stop the pursuit of the blue-scaled race. With this shouted order, everyone turned and flew together with Zhao Feng toward the space-time robe. Although the space-time robe had been restricted to a certain area, it was still extremely fast, and it could also use spatial techniques like instant movement. As a result, No one had been able to catch it yet. The space-time robe. Quasi-god Kong Yuan's eyes shone with excitement as he took out a silver-colored jade talisman. Go! Kong Yuan threw the talisman at the space-time robe. Swish! Just as expected, the space-time robe evaded the talisman. Explode! Quasi-god Kong Yuan activated his divine power as he bellowed. Broom! The silver talisman immediately exploded, and space intent mixed with soul ripples spread through the area. All the space around the point of the explosion began to contort while the powerful soul ripples swept through the surroundings. Buzz! Bzzz! The weak intent of the space-time robe trembled as it paused for a second. Those who did not know what was going to happen were also affected by the explosion, the experts with weaker soul intent even falling unconscious. Charge! Quasi-god Kong Yuan was the first to shoot forward. A portion of the space-time sacred lands people managed to maintain their consciousness and followed him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The experts who were watching from nearby also began to move. Swoosh swoosh! Zhao Feng, the black destruction serpent dragon, and the others rapidly began to approach the space-time robe as well. I got it! Quasi-god Kong Yuan was still the fastest, however, and his hand snatched at the space-time robe. Swish! But to everyone's surprise, Kong Yuan's hand went straight through the space-time robe. Buzz! Bzzz! The space-time robe began to exude a wondrous spatial shadow that filled the area. Swish! 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 Anyone who was within a certain distance of the space-time robe was suddenly covered in a layer of silver light, and then, with a swish, they vanished. All the nearby experts were dumbfounded by this scene. The space-time robe had vanished along with all the people close to it. Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan stood in the air, but there was no concern on their faces. They knew that, at this moment, Zhao Feng was fine. Where is this? What happened? Zhao Feng could hear many alarmed and questioning voices. Zhao Feng scanned the area. This was a void dimension in which 42 bubbles floated, each one holding a single person. A silver door gleamed in front of each of them. Bang! Some of the people tried to blast through the bubbles, but they soon realized that even their strongest attacks failed to shake the bubbles. The power of space! A rank 4 true god of the space-time sacred land murmured as he touched the bubble. This was a miniature dimension of an extremely high level. None of the people present were capable of destroying it. Bzzz. At this moment, a half-transparent, long-haired elder appeared over everyone. He wore none other than the space-time robe. Senior, who are you? Why are we trapped here? The moment the elder appeared, everyone began to question him. Didn't all of you want the space-time robe? It was your own choice to enter. A profound smile appeared on the old man's kindly face. The space-time robe? Quite a few people were still confused by this name, but others instantly recalled the secret of the space-time robe, their faces contorting in shock. Whoosh! The elder stretched out a hand, scattering silver radiance onto the spatial bubbles. Words and pictures suddenly appeared on the bubble. A person cried out in alarm. The rest soon realized that their own bubbles were being covered in countless words and a simple picture. This is a combat skill. Shock appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes. As he swept his eyes around, he realized that while he could see the combat skill on his own spatial bubble, he couldn't see the combat skills on the other bubbles. I will give you 3 days. Comprehend the technique on your dimension and use it to break the spatial bubble imprisoning you. If you can't break the spatial bubble after 3 days, you will be disqualified. The elder in the void surveyed the crowd with an expectant gaze. This is a test? Many of the group instantly understood the elder's intentions. The space-time robe was probably choosing a suitable master. In addition, those who break the spatial bubble first will receive quite a few boons. The elder added with a smile. A boon! Excited, the experts immediately began to comprehend the combat skill before them, each hoping to be the first to break their bubble. Comparing comprehension strength is fine too. Zhao Feng's lips curled into a smile. He didn't know just how good at comprehension these geniuses of the ancient desolate realm of gods were, but Zhao Feng didn't think he would be very far behind. Swish! Swish! Zhao Feng activated the God's spiritual eye to skim over the combat skill on his spatial bubble. Space-time combat skill. Heaven engulfing palm. Middle-tier divine skill. Zhao Feng's expression froze. He had not expected for this combat skill to be of the space-time type. Space intent was already very difficult to comprehend. Adding the even higher level time intent made the task far too difficult. Moreover, the technique was a middle-tier divine skill that needed to be comprehended in only 3 days. Little Black, what sort of combat skill are you looking at? Zhao Feng asked, realizing something. A space-time type technique. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon straightforwardly replied. As expected. Zhao Feng sighed in wonder. Everyone was probably faced with a space-time combat skill. This appeared to be fair, but the people of the space-time sacred land had an inherent advantage, particularly those possessing the Eye of Space-Time. But what Zhao Feng did not know was that the majority of those with the Eye of Space-Time could only use space intent. Even they found it difficult to control time intent. Forget it. Let me first comprehend this. Zhao Feng had already been dragged into this dimension, removing any chance he had of getting any other treasure. Buzz. Bzzz. By activating the God's spiritual eye, Zhao Feng instantly boosted his thinking speed and comprehension ability. Zhao Feng's God's spiritual eye itself possessed spatial abilities. Zhao Feng quickly began to understand the heaven engulfing palm from a spatial aspect. This was a set of simple palm techniques, but it seemed to contain extremely profound concepts. By using it together with space intent and time intent, one could exhibit a positively dreadful power. Complete comprehension would make the technique comparable to an ordinary high-tier divine technique. This picture. Zhao Feng moved his gaze to the picture next to the words. When Zhao Feng's eyes focused on it, what was a simple picture suddenly began to transform. On the vast world in the picture was a white-haired old man. This old man was performing the heaven-engulfing palm. Whoosh! As that slow-moving palm pushed forward, it was suddenly suffused with a worldly pressure that ignored space and caused time to slow. It seemed like all things in the world were suppressed under this palm. Zhao Feng's consciousness was immersed in the picture and felt like he was right there as the old man performed this palm technique. How amazing! Zhao Feng exclaimed. In observing, Zhao Feng was not only deepening his understanding of the heaven-engulfing palm, but also of space intent as well. Zhao Feng was even beginning to vaguely grasp the existence of time intent. I wonder if looking at this picture using God's spiritual eye will change anything? A pensive look appeared on Zhao Feng's face. In comprehending space-time combat skills, those skilled in space intent, like the members of the space-time sacred land, had the advantage. For this reason, Zhao Feng had to cherish every second and use every method available to him to comprehend the heaven-engulfing palm and break this spatial bubble. Focus. Zhao Feng used the ability of the God's spiritual eye to gaze at the simple picture. Swish. Zhao Feng's mind sank into the picture. Whoosh. Whoosh. Fierce gales blew across the vast world, and the elderly man stood straight and tall like an ancient tree that had weathered the trials of time. Whoosh. Suddenly, the old man used the heaven-engulfing palm. At this moment, Zhao Feng seemed to become the old man's opponent, and he could keenly sense the space-time intent in the old man's palm. As the palm pushed toward him, Zhao Feng felt like the entire world was transforming into a palm. He had nowhere to run, and it felt like he was being suffocated. Boom! The palm passed through Zhao Feng's body. The effect is even better in the God Eye dimension. Zhao Feng was elated. Like this, Zhao Feng would be much more efficient at comprehending this technique than his competitors. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng seemed to be practicing the palm technique right next to the elder. Boom! Bang! Thump! At this moment, a few people were already attempting to break their spatial bubbles. After all, the elder said that the one who broke their spatial bubble first would receive a boon. So tough! An expert of the space-time sacred land murmured in shock. He had only comprehended a little of this technique before trying his hand at breaking his bubble, but the spatial bubble only quivered a little. However, if he used any other attack, the spatial bubble seemed even more invincible. So difficult! A quasi-god sighed, his heart sinking. A space-time technique, and one at the middle-tier divine level. This was simply far too profound, and he had no idea where to even start. In another bubble, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had a smile on its face. If I can get my hands on the space-time robe, I might be able to discuss conditions with Master. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was proficient in a wide range of techniques, and its former cultivation level was extremely high. Its ability to use space intent had also recovered to level 2. The space-time skill in front of it was profound, but it could definitely comprehend the skill faster than the others. Boom! Bang! Thump! In the dimension, people were constantly attacking the spatial bubbles, but they all met with failure. On the second day, the space-time Sacred Lands quasi-god Kong Yuan and a rank 4 true god succeeded in breaking their spatial bubbles. "You may go through the door now," the elder in the void said with a smile. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two people's bodies went straight through the enormous silver gate and vanished. What sort of boon lies behind that door? Many people hungered to know, but they could not break through their bubbles. "Senior, this is a little unfair. Those two just now already had a very deep understanding of space intent, and they even have the eye of space-time," a youth immediately said. "The toughness of the spatial bubble is based on the imprisoned person's cultivation level and level of space-time intent, so each of you faces the same level of difficulty. The eye of space-time is inherited from one's bloodline, so it's a kind of natural endowment," the elder in the void indifferently said. He was clearly displeased by this youth's criticisms. Zhao Feng remained immersed in the God-eye dimension. Zhao Feng first copied the elder's every move in using the heaven-engulfing palm. It didn't take long before he grasped its form. Afterward, Zhao Feng stood across from the old man, becoming his opponent in palm techniques. Although the difference in power was as vast as the gap between the heavens and earth, Zhao Feng rapidly began to comprehend the technique. Unwittingly, Zhao Feng managed to even reach level 1 in space intent. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's mind returned to his body. Although he still wanted to keep learning the heaven-engulfing palm, he first had to destroy the spatial bubble and see what was behind the enormous silver door. Perhaps even more opportunities awaited him there. Boom! Bang! Thump! At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon used an extremely sublime claw technique that shattered the spatial bubble. "Who's that? He managed to break the bubble!" Several people gasped in surprise, for people had succeeded before him, but all of them were members of the space-time Sacred Land. At this moment, this black-scaled man was the only person not belonging to the space-time Sacred Land to break open the spatial bubble. Master is also about to try. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was preparing to go through the silver door when it suddenly paused. It had relied on its great knowledge and experience to quickly grasp the space-time combat skill. It did not believe that Zhao Feng was comparable to itself in those aspects, so it was confident that Zhao Feng would fail. Whoosh! Zhao Feng took in a deep breath, his eyes focusing as an invisible aura began to spread around him. Boom! Zhao Feng moved both his arms, and wondrous spatial ripples formed between his palms. As his palms pushed forward, a seemingly slow and enormous palm melted into the void. In the next moment, the palm image exploded against the spatial bubble. Buzz! Bzzz! The spatial bubble fiercely trembled, but it did not shatter. Space Intent Level 1. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was stunned. It had been at Zhao Feng's side this entire time, so it understood that, even though Zhao Feng could use spatial abilities through his eye bloodline, he had still not reached Level 1 Space Intent. That person seems to have grasped the essence of his space-time technique. A rank 4 true god of the space-time Sacred Land looked at Zhao Feng and nodded in approval. Other than the people of the space-time Sacred Land, everyone here was essentially interacting with a space-time combat skill for the first time. The space intent in Zhao Feng's palm just now wasn't strong, but he had grasped the essence of the move. Bang! After sending out one palm, Zhao Feng sent a second, a third. 7 palms in total crashed onto the bubble. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. The trembling of the spatial bubble intensified. Plush! The spatial bubble abruptly shattered. Success! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's mouth twitched. Zhao Feng actually succeeded in shattering the spatial bubble. It had lived countless years, and its original cultivation level was extremely lofty and profound, but it only broke its spatial bubble a few moments earlier than Zhao Feng.